Coming to you from the city of the weird. Exploring topics from the esoteric and unexplored to dimensions unknown. Shining a light of truth on the darkest corners of our reality. Welcome to the Curious Realm. Well, hello everybody, and welcome to episode 12 of The Curious Realm. Man, it's hard to believe that we are already this far into it. It's hard to believe that that within 12 weeks we already have well over 28 hours of content. We now officially have the 24/7 page set up as promised. You can stop on by and check that out online, folks. CuriousRealm.com/24-7 is the page to check that out. And just so you know, it's like roulette. You go, you hit play, and it will randomly play you an episode. There is no, I mean, they're all posted in order. If you click on one there, it'll play it. But the next one may not be the next one in order. It might be like number 1. It might be number 3. So great way to consume the content. Great way to kind of get things in a random, sporadic way. Stop on by and check that out. That is, of course, accessible through our app, which is available for free at CuriousRealm.com/app. Our guest tonight, I cannot wait to get into it. I am always happy to have our good friend, Dr. John Hall, on to talk about Havana Syndrome, talk about beyond Havana Syndrome, targeted individuals and targeting technology. The now pretty well admitted technology that, yes, microwaves have been weaponized. That pretty well came out in the recent Havana Syndrome panels that happened. I happened to tune into the 5 hours of that, and some of it was yawn fest. Some of it was extremely riveting. So really interesting stuff there. We'll be getting into some of that tonight with Dr. John Hall, answering a couple questions from listeners and guests with him. And in the second part of the episode, we will be talking with our good friend Terry Lovelace, of course, the author of Incident at Devil's Den and Incident at Devil's Den, The Reckoning, both high up on the selling list in the world of UFO experiencer books, things like that. And we'll be talking with him. He has recently started deeply practicing with others hypnotic regression. And I have always been interested in the topic. So we spent some time talking with Terry Lovelace about the practice of hypnotic regression, what it is. And then, just so you know, for the last hour, folks, probably one of the most intimate interviews you will ever be actively invited to. I am interviewed by Terry, and I actively go through an hour-long hypnotic regression session on air tonight, unedited, in its entirety. Really great stuff. I mean, not the part where he puts me to sleep. Some of that's a little proprietary. Oh, and in addition, I don't want people driving to like fall asleep because they're listening to me be hypnotized for 10 minutes. So, yeah, really, really interesting stuff. Apparently I was on a planet at one point with 3 moons and was a scientist. That was interesting. I was a French speaking, I don't know if it was farm worker or what. That was a really, really emotional experience. That was one of the things that when I woke up from my session, I actively remembered parts up. I after listening to it the other day in edit, when I was just tagging it onto the end of my interview with Terry, for tonight, my wife was listening to it, and yeah, like I actively cried a couple times during my regression session. So it was interesting to be in that place and to see things that I may have experienced that, kind of explain a little bit about me as a person. So it was pretty interesting. Tune in for that. That's the last hour. Our first hour we will be spending with Dr. John Hall, right after we get into the news of the week. News of the week is always brought to you by Facebook, folks. Stop on by, join the Curious Realm Facebook group, and you can follow all of the news of the week that we post. We post all kinds of articles there. The listeners post articles there, group members, and we discuss them openly. Sometimes we agree, sometimes we disagree. The idea is always open conversation about these topics. Just posted 19 minutes ago out of the New York Post. CDC withholding COVID data over fears of misinterpretation. Imagine that. CNBC, COVID infections plummet 90% from the U.S. pandemic high as states lift mask mandates. Listener William posted sciencenews.org, an ancient impact on Earth led to a cascade of cratering. That was a really interesting article, actually. Thank you for that one, Willie. Willie with another one out of Reuters. Germany freezes Nord Stream 2 gas project as Ukraine crisis deepens. And NBC News, very strange. Putin's version of Ukraine's history baffles and concerns experts. Oh, yeah, and don't forget, it's 2/22/22. That is a date that will only happen once in a while. So, yeah. Always cool whenever you get to see that confluence of numbers happening in the calendar, stuff like that. Of course, numerologically, number 2 is a great number. It's time for change is what that means. So make sure to stop on by. Check that out, folks. That is the news of the week that we pull every week out of our Curious Realm group. We're almost up to 800 people there. We've got almost 3,000 people following the page now. And our interaction has just grown. It's been fantastic. So thank you guys for always tuning in. Thanks to great listeners like William, who's always active in the group. Same thing with Gene Krause. You guys always bringing listeners in, stuff like that. It's fantastic. And it's great to see once again that open discussion that goes on amongst everybody. And speaking of open discussions, welcome back to the show, Dr. John Hall. How are you doing this evening, sir?
Great. Good to be back on with you, Kirsten. Congratulations on the success of Curious Realm.
Thank you, man. I have been, so as you know, I mean, we talk regularly off air and text and things like that. It's been a big shift for me, and it's even hard, like just a minute ago, not saying dudes and beer. Especially when mentioning the group, but man, the change and the shift of mentality, even my wife the other day, who's a pretty active member, was like, it's interesting to see the shift of membership and the shift of conversation and the shift of focus of conversation since it has become Curious Realm and left the world of dudes and beer. And that was kind of the whole idea, was to open things up to whole new places. So great to see that. And always great to hear it from folks like you. It means a lot. You are out there, not necessarily speaking at conferences as much as you once did, but you're definitely still out there representing the cause on major shows across the country, across the world, things like that. Let's go ahead and get into it real quick. What is a targeted individual? Before we get into Havana Syndrome, I want to kind of set the stage here, because we do always have a lot of TIs tuned in whenever you're on, Doctor. And I think a lot of people may misunderstand what the term targeted individual means.
Well, I think the best way to explain it would be that as a kind of follow-up to the MK Ultra research done by the CIA and the NSA, they started investigating into electromagnetic weapons that can be used to attack the human nervous system, neurobiological weapons. And a lot of the what we now know as Havana Syndrome and the weaponology that's being used in Havana Syndrome actually probably got its start in nascent stages in the early 80s. Because as we've talked about before, in the 1980s, there were prisoners in the Utah State Prison that talked about being experimented on, being put in solitary, having electromagnetic energy pumped into their cells to the point where it was so repressive that they could hardly get off of their cots. And several of them actually made the comment that they were having thoughts placed in their head or hearing voices in their head.
Yeah.
And the voices would respond correctly to them thinking their answers back. So that kind of tells you right there how long the technology's been around. Now, targeted individuals, there's two ways in my mind to become a targeted individual. And probably both ways probably equates to experimentation. But what the CIA and the NSA has done is farmed out this technology to private investigative groups. Most of them, one of them I identified here in San Antonio, and we've identified some in other cities that are ran and operated by either former FBI people or former DOD people now working as private investigators in the private sector. And so being targeted, meaning being attacked with directed energy, having your thoughts manipulated, having electronics in your home manipulated, and being stalked for a while, prior to and during all of that happens, can be done by private investigative groups that have been given access to the technology, or in the case of some of the victims that I've worked with from the National Reconnaissance Office and the NSA and CIA and other government offices that were whistleblowers, are probably actually being directly targeted by government agencies. So two ways to be targeted. If you're a whistleblower that worked for one of those agencies, you're probably targeted directly by the government. Otherwise, a lot of it is random. But it can be hired gun as well. Now, I've seen a lot of instances where you'll have, a rich attorney who's going through a divorce who wants to make his wife look crazy in the divorce, so she, can't get half of the belongings or get custody of the kids. And you will hire someone that has access to this technology to gaslight her, use the technology on her, and that way she can be made to look mentally ill in a court of law. Now, that's one way that you can become targeted. In most instances, it seems to be random, where you're just at the wrong place at the wrong time and, come under the guise of one of these private investigative agencies who actually is doing the experimentation for the government. And if you look at the financial records that we got after MK Ultra, supposedly came to an end, but mostly just changed the moniker. If you look at those financial records, they had finally realized that they weren't going to be able to hide this through government agencies that well. So they farmed out a lot of the research to legitimate universities and the private sector. And that's the same thing they've done with targeting. It's in most instances, it's not CIA people directly or NSA people directly targeting you. It's independent contractors working as private investigators that have been given access to the technology.
Well, and I guess that is one of the questions: is why give them access? And I guess we've had the conversation privately, campfire side, things like that. If you have to have that barrier between you and the technology. That has to exist. You have to have that realm of plausible deniability that it's not the government, quote. But to know that it's contractors thereof and that they are actively testing this stuff, everything else. Why on random slice like that?
Well, I mean, the ultimate goal of this technology is to control everyone. And one thing they found out early on is that not everyone is controllable. So, I mean, some people seem to tolerate the technology a little bit better. Some people can be controlled without ever hearing voices. And some people actually pick up on this technology the minute it's turned on. And that's kind of the Achilles heel of this technology is, some people can tell immediately when the room is bombarded with microwave energy or electromagnetic energy. And, early on, I even kind of thought my gut feeling was that the group we know as targeted individuals are probably the outliers, are the people that can't be subliminally controlled because they actually hear the voices right off the bat.
Yeah.
And hear the technology turn off and on. Now, once you figure out who that population is, then, you torture them to the point where, they trying to understand the technology as best they can, turn for help to psychiatrists and to law enforcement. And this is really the end game with being a targeted individual. And it's unfortunately becoming the end game with a lot of these diplomats, is that the more you turn for help, the more you're liable to be diagnosed as psychotic.
Well, and that was just it from the CIA gentleman that was in the panel. The CIA officer that had been targeted in Russia, who, amazingly enough, he even thanked the CIA for the fact that they have allowed him to come out and speak, period, even at something like that. But for him to come out and say that it was hurtful for him, and when you listen to his testimony and when you hear him talk about it, when you hear him talk about going somewhere like Bethesda and stuff like that, going to the Naval Hospital, going to places like Johns Hopkins, and hearing people say well, I'm sorry you're crazy. He was like, I literally stopped going to doctors because I was tired of them telling me I was crazy.
Yeah, and he's one of the few that they've allowed to speak. I remember seeing some of the reports from him that he really was upset that several doctors actually just basically said, well, this appears to be mass hysteria and some type of a psychotic break. But, it should kind of tell you that for anybody out there that is targeted or knows somebody that's targeted, it kind of tells you what you're up against when the government is actually making those accusations against their own employees that are coming forward now.
Yeah.
And even worse than that is they have their apologists, in the academic, sectors, these psychologists and psychiatrists, from one of them's from Australia, and that's really big in the news, that just right off the bat knows nothing about this technology, knows nothing about electromagnetic weapons, but was the first to come out and go, this is classic mass hysteria. And, they shouldn't be looking for exotic weapons that don't exist. And, they should be sending all these people to psychiatrists for psychotherapy. When you see a psychiatrist or a psychologist come out that adamant that they know for a fact it's mass hysteria, that that's been planted there by the government. Psychology Today has been one of the worst periodicals that actually has been producing a lot of that too, because you got to remember, early MK Ultra, every one of those programs was actually headed up by a psychiatrist.
Yeah,
psychiatry has the worst track.
Psychiatry.
Yeah, psychiatry has the worst track record in American medicine with regard to violations of human rights
and experimentation. Yeah. And listener Lorna Jones actually mentioned it's experimentation on the public. The Army has been working on this for years. We had another listener chime in, Ryan Mills. Have you ever heard of people being told that this is tech, being told with this tech that the people doing this to them are in a different dimension?
I've heard just about every story, and just so the listeners that are happen to be targeted, or if you know someone that's targeted, it's hard not to sit there and distinctly focus on the voices, because once you start hearing them, that's one of the ways they lock you in. It basically, sets a connection pattern between, the oppressor and the victim. And they want you to constantly think your answers back or talk vocally with your answers back, because it keeps you linked into the system. That's one of the ways you're actually tracked, is through that brain-computer interface. And the only way to really break away from it is to figure out how to completely ignore those voices and stop answering back. That does break the link, And once that link is broken, that's why they chatter all day. It's 24/7 chatter to these victims.
Yeah.
And they do that because that's what maintains the link, and that's also what maintains the tracking. And when you can break that, you can actually get away. And there are ways to break it. But yes, I have heard dimensions. I even had one victim that she said, I put up with this for almost a year because they had me convinced that they were angels and that I was had been given a divine mission. And now I'm a believer. I'm a Christian.
Yeah.
God doesn't talk to anybody in an audible voice. Neither does Jesus. Neither do angels. It doesn't. That's not what Christian spirituality is. And certainly God's not going to tell you that you have to kill somebody.
Yeah.
That doesn't happen.
Or harm
or
yourself.
Hurt yourself.
And that was something that I wanted to play again real quick, gut-wrenchingly enough, just to kind of drive this home for people. This was an individual, Jeff Ely in Vermont, who, and this event happened about a year ago, folks. I remember we covered it on our previous incarnation with Dr. John Hall and played this audio, and it is harrowing audio for all of you TIs out there. I'm sure that it will strike home. Please do brace yourself for what you're about to hear, folks, because what you are about to hear is quite literally the final few minutes of a targeted individual's life.
You're full of shit. You're the one that did it. Don't lie to me. You think I'm that stupid?
I hear you. All right? Electronic fucking sucks. Trust me, man. I'm here to help. I know I'm annoying you right now, but if you give me that phone, I'll be able to help you. I'll even show you how I do it. All right?
Where are you, you
Well, listen to me, Jeff.
Where are you? Answer that. Where the are you? Huh?
Jeff, I can't hear you.
Where the are you, douchebag?
Jeff, what kind of phone do you have?
Where are you, face? Stop harassing me!
And it goes on from there.
Keep going and going and going until you push people over the f***ing edge!
Dr. John Hall, how many times have you been witness to cases of people that have almost been to that point? I know I have had at least a good 5 emails in the time that we have covered this topic together. Of people who have been almost as far as committed for coming forth to their families and telling them about this type of harassment, for even suggesting these things, and almost to the point of Jeff Ely that we just heard, where when you go through and look at this gentleman's social media timeline, he was just like an off-road enthusiast who one day just flipped script on his social media and started talking about the voices he was hearing that wouldn't stop.
Well, and his accusation was that it was the law enforcement that was targeting him. And if you noticed, that sheriff that's there in that storage building with him tells him, "Give me your phone and I'll show you how I do it."
Yeah. What kind of phone do you have?
Yeah.
And that was actively one of the things right after I had you on last time that you actively sent me. And I am getting to our knowledge vault right now. Just so you know, folks, feel free to stop on by and visit curiousrealm.com/knowledge. If you go to the declassified programs and documents section, you will see right here this Pegasus phone intercept system. And it's a pretty interesting 40-page read. I went through and read it again today. I remember reading it right after you sent it to me after your last appearance. And literally with the message of you should download this before it disappears.
Yeah. Well, and that's because that is the user guide. It comes with that firmware to the agent that's going to install it on your phone.
Yeah. Yeah, and when you go through and actively even just read the, I'm kind of skimming past this here, folks, but Pegasus is a world-leading cyber intelligence solution that enables law enforcement intelligence agencies to remotely and covertly extract intelligence from virtually any mobile device. This breakthrough solution was developed by veterans of elite intelligence agencies to provide governments with a way to address the new communications interception challenges in today's highly dynamic cyber battlefield. By capturing new types of information from mobile devices, Pegasus bridges a substantial technology gap to deliver the most accurate and complete intelligence for your security operations. Man, that is...
Well, and just so your listeners just a little background for your listeners on that is Android has open source programming, and they've always been able to remotely control an Android phone. iPhones for a long time were a little trickier. You actually had to put hands on the phone to actually upload spyware onto the phone. Not anymore. And just so people know, Pegasus is what they call a zero-click infectious way to get spyware on the phone. And it can control your microphone and your camera while the phone's off. So, I mean, it zero click, meaning that in other forms of spyware, you have to actually, they'll send you an email or they'll send you a text message and you have to open it. And like any other viralware, it actually inserts itself onto your phone once you open it. With this one, they just have to send you a text or an email. You don't have to open either one of them. Just sending it to your phone itself actually installs the spyware.
Yeah.
Zero click. And that's kind of the big thing with Pegasus, but it controls everything on an iPhone or an Android phone.
Wow. And, if you remember a few years back, this was way years back, like in the flip phone days, when they had the age specific ringtones, the ringtones that only people below a certain age could hear.
Yeah.
Because your ears haven't quite stretched to that capacity inside yet where they just don't pick up the fine details anymore, or the gross details anymore. So, yeah, interesting stuff to know that kind of technology has existed in cell phones, and just with being able to use a piezoelectric speaker for years. So, yeah, the idea of being able to use the same speaker on your phone to psychically drive you, to be able to send ultrasonic messages, what have you, or even gather data passively around you, it's pretty remarkable.
Well, and that's one of the other documents I sent to you that I don't know if you had ever had a chance to read, though, was the Shocking Menace of Satellite Surveillance by John Fleming. And I actually, for people who don't know who I am, I actually have a Facebook page called Guinea Pigs Technologies and Control. And a lot of this I post there as well. But, those two articles were written by an American and actually published on Pravda English, I think in 2006, written before that. But pretty much, he was pretty much correct on all the capabilities of satellite technology at the time, even then. And he had some other books and was a sociologist, and I think had some government connections in order to get some of his information. But it's a really good read, and it's probably, if you know somebody that's targeted or you're targeted, it's probably worth finding that and reading it, because it kind of at least sets the standard of how we've gotten to where we are today. Now, satellite certainly is just one modality. I mean, there's other ways they can get to you. And I know for a long time people thought it was possibly wind towers, but when the government actually wants you to have a cell phone so bad that they give you a cell phone, there's usually a reason for that. It's not just because they want you to be able to call your friends and family. You know, the same way when they want everybody to have a digital TV, so they shut down the old wavelength of TV broadcasting. So, I mean, anytime the government wants you to have something, there's usually some other reason for it.
Yeah, and I mean, my whole thing with the digital TV rollout was the fact of refresh rate. And just metrically, you know, the fact that our brains operate off of 30 frames per second, things like that. And that's why 60 hertz wears us out. Like if you get underneath 60 hertz lights, things like that, you tend to get tired faster under fluorescent lighting, that kind of thing, because of the 60 cycles per second that are flashing through it. So, yeah. The whole idea that HD TV went up to 120 hertz from 60 was one of those like, wow, sounds to me like you can get into that hypnotic state about twice as fast, and that 1 frame every 30 for a subliminal image can now become, 4 frames every 120. That's 4 frames per second instead of just 1, like it used to be on an old analog TV.
Yeah.
So, yeah, just weird math like that whenever you start getting into that, the ways and means of the electronics that we have in our pocket and that we are watching regularly, and we make the point pretty regularly with some other folks, and you made kind of a brush onto that a while ago of the mentality and the constant listening to it actively weakens you and puts you into the cycle more. Let's get into that for a minute, because of course we've gotten into it with you about the heterodyning and the process of getting somebody, well, literally into that suggestive state to begin with. But keeping them in that way is it's kind of like starting an engine. Takes more gas than actively just keeping the engine running.
Yeah, and if you'll notice, if you talk to many of these victims, you will have the ones that respond well to the religious protocol, where they're being convinced that they're hearing the voice of God Himself or Jesus or angels or some type of spirit or deity. And then you have others that the voices that they hear, I even hesitate to call it voices, the transmissions that are broadcasted to them, will be a little bit more honest, but they usually try to make the victim think that we're the FBI or the CIA or the NSA, and we targeted you because, we think you're a drug addict or we think you're a pedophile. And usually these victims, the way they keep them linked in and they keep them listening to the conversation and talking is by using, a lot of foul language with them, making a lot of accusatory statements, talking about how they look or how they smell, or are you really going to wear that? And, are you still doing drugs? Or, they will say things and do things to arise anger out of the victim. So you keep listening. And then once you realize that you're being targeted and it's by this technology, usually after you do a Google search, and I've even had some victims call me and say, well, I'm 40 years old. I've got a bachelor's degree or a doctorate. I've been successful and, started noticing stalking, and now I'm hearing voices. So I guess I'm schizophrenic. Believe it or not, I've had people call me convinced themselves that they're schizophrenic because all of a sudden they're hearing voices. Well, that's the biggest problem I have with psychiatry is in medicine in general, because even before you see a psychiatrist, you're more likely to see a family physician or an internist. And we've been patterned in medicine. And had I not known about this technology, I may have fallen into that same trap as a physician, but we've been patterned to basically believe that if somebody comes to you and they're hearing voices that you aren't, that they're automatically crazy. Turnkey, crazy. Okay, you're hearing voices and you say you're being followed around, and the first question every victim gets from a doctor is, well, why you? Why would they target you? I mean, you're not Elon Musk, you're not Bill Gates, you're not the president,
yeah,
or the
you're
dictator
not some super spy, right?
Yeah, you're not working for this, because you got to remember, there's no test for crazy for a psychiatrist. They have a couple of surveys that they can give you. Those are interpreted by a psychologist, not a psychiatrist. But there's no test for crazy. So basically, if you have a story or something is happening to you that sounds relatively reasonable for your situation, then you're probably sane. If it seems unreasonable for your situation, then you're crazy. That's really the discriminating factor in psychiatry. And so if you're a former CIA agent and you come with these stories like Mark Palomarelis, that you saw on the Southwest Medical School thing, the psychiatrist may listen to you and go, okay, we'll check it out. But if you're the average, Jane Doe or John Doe, the housewife or construction worker,
and teacher, whatever,
and you come in with these complaints, or there's no reason the government. And the other thing you'll hear from a lot of people is they'll say there's no reason the government will be spending millions of dollars to do this to you. Well, it doesn't cost millions. Satellite surveillance is the cheapest way to surveil someone. The absolute cheapest way. For one, it's your tax dollars that launch those satellites. Then it's just a matter of having a code to hook up into the system, and then getting the person's biometrics. You can get it through. Part of the reason that these victims are stalked for a while is to basically access their biometrics. You can pick up their brainwaves or EEG remotely by the stalkers with handheld instruments. And once you're into the system, then you can be picked out of a crowd via satellite or via cell tower, by your own neurological or biological signature. So, I mean, that is why most of these people will say, well, it started with stalking. Noticed that there were people outside my house, people outside my work, people following me 24/7, breaking into my house and going through all my stuff, but not stealing anything. And part of that is to also put you in a victim mindset that that there's people that have the skill and the ability to come in and out of your house, and you can't do anything about it. Even your alarm can't catch them.
Yeah.
So, and even occasionally when the neighbors have caught these people, and this happened in our case here in San Antonio, that several neighbors actually caught people breaking into the girl that I wrote about in my first book.
Oh, wow.
And what happened was they would go to those neighbors and go, well, we're with the FBI and we're watching this girl. So if you see us sneaking around and going in, and they even had fake credentials. So, I mean, they weren't FBI agents. They were private investigators that had fake FBI credentials. So, I mean, they do go to great lengths to do it. But as far as when a doctor or an attorney or somebody asked you, why would the government spend this kind of money? And because they've already spent it, because it's meant to control everybody in the end. So it's just a matter of farming it out to the groups that are allowed to have access to it, that can basically either charge to victimize someone, and like in the case I told you about, where it's a couple getting divorced, or there's a trust fund involved, and usually it's a financial thing. And we've had cases of that in Texas, a number of cases where it's been hired done, or they can just pick people at random. It's kind of weird. The different PI groups in different states do have different proclivities for how they victimize people. And the group out of San Antonio mostly was targeting young women. They would control them, subliminally control them. They were using date rape drugs, and there was a lot of sexual assault going on. There was a group in California in Palm Springs that was predominantly targeting gay men. So even though each group in each major city may have a group that they tend to want to harass with this technology, in the end, what gets back to the government looks like a random sample as far as data on how well it works, who can be controlled and who hears it and needs to be targeted.
Yeah, yeah. And, with that in mind, I'd like to read a small account to you that was sent to me about a lady named Jessica. I feel head pressure like air in my head, electric buzzing under my skin through my muscles, stinging, tingling, electric shocks, twitching, electricity going through my legs and feet, crawling in my feet, my head and body feel so heavy, weighed down by a gravitational force, and I can barely move my head and body with an acidic metallic taste in my mouth. And a lot of that, I like, just as somebody who works around electronics, things like that, like, that sounds almost like ionization sickness. Like someone who has been around an ionized field for a long time.
Yeah.
If I used to deal with it whenever I would leave the editing suite that I worked at. I used to work at a small editing house in Houston where it was a room like this that was 10 by 10, but had an entire closet stacked with like duplication systems and things like that. And just and even the broadcast station where we met, just being around all of that electronics will ionize the air. And when you walk outside, you end up, it's almost like somebody put a penny in your mouth.
Well, and you got to remember too,
in ionization from the air inside and the air outside, you know?
And that is some of it, but too, you've got to remember that the brain ultimately controls all of your sensations.
Yeah.
And when you can control the brain, you can control all that and actually influence that too. And that's why it's not one of the most common things that I've heard from a lot of targets, including some that I've met with personally here in Texas, is that they feel like they smell rotten eggs, or that they're constantly bathing because they feel like their feet smell. It's a pungent odor that they're given. And when you're around these people, I mean, and I've examined them, I mean, there's no odor. And a lot of these people, they think they're being attacked by chemicals. You know, now I'm not saying that it doesn't happen, because certainly it can, but in a lot of cases, it may be that their brain is being controlled to have that perception. Because I've sat in the room with people who go, you know, can't you smell it? It smells like rotten eggs. Well, you know, I have chickens. You know, rotten eggs has a very, very pungent smell. I mean, anybody can smell that. But when just that person is smelling it and no one else in the room is smelling it, it's usually a neurologic control measure. And part of that is that also makes the victim subconscious about, you know, well, do I smell? Is that emanating from me, and who else is going to smell it? I mean, there's been a lot of psychological research put into this to basically place and keep someone in a victim mindset.
Yeah.
And it's easy to do with this technology because there's no escaping it. As you've seen these diplomats, you know, that some of them you heard on that teleconference saying it didn't stop at the embassy or the housing around the embassies. They're continuing to be targeted once they're home here in the States.
Yeah.
And that's one of the reasons they put gag orders on, because you notice the people they're letting them talk to the people at UPenn and at Harvard and University of Florida. And the government was hoping that these doctors would basically just say, well, we can't figure it out. And, you know, maybe it is mass hysteria, but, you know, we can't. But unfortunately, a handful of them said, you know, it seems like it's some kind of directed energy. Well, then the cat was out of the bag. They had to start addressing it or countering it. And they're trying to do a little bit of both. But, you know, it's now that the cat's out of the bag, and I was talking to Robert Duncan, who's another person who's been influential in the fight against this.
Yeah.
So, you know, if the CIA and the NSA want to get out of this and save face, you know, and if any of them are listening, here's what you do. You blame it all on the Russians, stop torturing people, and then come clean and say, well, you know, the Russians have this technology and we're working on it too. And then you can save face with everybody. But in order to do that, you've got to stop the experimentation now. Just shut off the people that have access to this technology, where they can't use it on innocent victims anymore. And then, you know, start working with some of those victims. And, you know, but for the CIA to come out in Congress and the Senate and say, well, we've attributed most of this to normal causes and the rest of it looks like it's probably psychological. They know damn well what these weapons are. And most of the people on that conference where you were on know what those weapons are too.
Oh, yeah.
So, I mean, they're to a point where they're just about going to have to disclose it. And I've had a number of targets ask me, well, why won't they come forward and even just admit that Russia has it? Well, to admit that Russia or China has it is to admit that we have it too, because technological advancements, contrary to popular belief, do not happen in a vacuum. There's a reason we all have atomic weapons. They didn't all steal the technology from us. Every industrialized nation is working on stuff really at about the same rate.
Yeah, precisely. And the technology that we are seeing implemented now is stuff that, we've mentioned on the show before. The patents and stuff are inside the Knowledge Vault, folks. Feel free to go look it up. Like we have been using passive microwave bugs for decades, like since the 60s, where, you can put in something the size of a wire that will transmit on a specified frequency, but is powered via microwaves. So until you hit the northeast wall with microwaves, the bug is not active, so it will never be found. And once again, like they said in the panels, a lot of the people, most of the people who reported these symptoms, and that was up to 1,000 people, as I showed in the report earlier, here from NBC News, the recent article, up to 1,000 people have reported symptoms. Those are just the members of our diplomacy and CIA members and other adjunct agencies that are reporting this. So as I asked in the panel numerous times and raised my hand digitally and typed in my question, does the reception of Havana Syndrome, the way that it is now, where it is headline news that these people have been targeted, where it is headline news that this targeting has continued beyond the embassy walls, that they were targeted, most of them, in their embassy homes, like away from the actual embassy, because most actual embassies are hardened against electromagnetic attack. They of course know about these microwave weapons, things like that. So most embassy buildings themselves are hardened against such things for espionage reasons, that kind of stuff. However, the complexes that they own full of apartments that they put the embassy members and their families in, no, absolutely not. That's just some apartment complex 3 blocks down the road, as is their home at home. They're just whenever they are not in that fortified location known as the embassy, they're just an average person. They don't have a security detail roaming around their house in Colorado or, wherever they live.
Well, and like I said, you got to remember too, is most of these victims have said that the victimization has continued once they were off assignment and back here in the United States. As a matter of fact, a number of them have come out and said now that Canadian and U.S. have come out and said that they don't think they're getting an honest truth from our own governments, which they're not. It kind of surprised me when all of this broke. I was on another radio show the night that this actually broke in Cuba. Yep. And their immediate thing was, they're being targeted by acoustic weapons. And I remember I told the host of the show, I said, this isn't acoustic weapons. Those are line of sight only.
Yeah.
I said, it will eventually have to come out that it's electromagnetic weapons, and which it certainly did. Well, I mean, you would think, there's a number of physicians and doctors in the private sector that have been dealing with this for 20 years. Me, Dr. Ed Spencer, Dr. Terry Robertson, and Robert Duncan, and a number of others. Yeah. They didn't turn to us, and they know who I am. You can't buy my books on a government computer. So, they know very well. They know very well who I am. And as a matter of fact, I even had one of those victims from the Cuban embassy, which they all have gag orders on them, couldn't come and see me personally, but actually sent a family member to my office who camped out in front of my office and waited till I was there to come in and see me to ask questions about it. And I mean, I'm just hoping that most of them can actually find a copy of Guinea Pigs so they can actually get a better understanding of what they're dealing with. But I don't know how shielded they are. And Mark, the CIA agent, is really the only one that, other than the one girl who they allowed her mother to do an interview.
Yep.
But not her. And then they did allow Mark to join in, within my mind, some other doctors that were on that panel that kind of walk a middle ground. They, like James Giordano, he definitely has the credentials. He's a smart man. He's written some books that kind of approach the line to say that, yeah, maybe there's electromagnetic weapons that can do this, but he's never full-heartedly said, yeah, it looks like the American public's being experimented on. He's never crossed that line, and he can't cross that line because a lot of what he does,
Doc.
Well, especially when you're government funded, it's a hard line to cross.
Yeah, and I mean, I would venture a guess that, and we've had numerous conversations outside of the bounds of my shows, Doctor. But I would venture a guess that had you not been targeted, had the lady that you were involved with years ago not been targeted, you wouldn't have written books. You wouldn't be looking into this. You wouldn't be having people randomly come to you about this.
Yeah, well, and that is true. But there's been a number of people that reached out to some of those people that were on that conference.
Oh, sure.
But the other thing that the only saving grace in my case, I guess, is I already knew the technology exists because I do have contacts within the CIA and the FBI, and luckily several of them were honest. They wouldn't let me use them by name, but they did get documents to me to write with, and they, part of the reason I've been asked this a number of times in my first book, I did kind of basically write it from the talking point that possibly this was government technology that had been hacked into by bad actors. Well, it wasn't. I promised one of the agents that actually gave me documents to write with that I would present it that way and not blame it straight up on the government. But the truth is, the government has given these bad actors the access to the technology to use however they want to. And I did represent that in my second book. Well, but there are people on the inside that don't agree with this. Trust me, because I've spoken to them.
Oh man, I think that, to me, what makes people like yourself, people like Robert Duncan, wear the cape, so to speak, is the fact that you are a board certified physician. You risk those letters behind your name every single day. Every day that there is a book on the shelf, every day that you come on a show like this, every day that you go on a show like Ground Zero with Clyde Lewis, Coast to Coast like you used to, things like that, you are actively risking your career. Every bit of it. Same thing with our next guest, Terry Lovelace. One of the big reasons why I always have him start off with, I was an attorney general for American Samoa. When someone like that and with those kind of credentials comes out as an experiencer and as an abductee, man, if you do that, like, while you are actively practicing law and everything else, like, you could get the windfall of that, the cases could be recalled, all kinds of stuff. And even now with you and writing your new book and things like that, like, new hat, same tricks.
Well, and a little aside that, at my former office, I had a bunch of partners there. And when Havana Syndrome actually broke initially, when they say, these people are here. And by the way, they are getting tinnitus like every other targeted individual, but they're hearing voices too. So, don't let anybody fool you in the media that they're just hearing loud beeping and crickets, because they're hearing people talk to them in their heads too. That I can tell you for a fact, because from talking to one of them. But, my partners, when the first book came out, actually said, you know what, this is crazy. And I mean, you're going to end up losing your license because this, we just don't think this exists. Well, I knew it existed. I had it verified by current FBI and CIA agents. As a matter of fact, one of them I met with in person in a secret location, that basically was pretty well shielded. And he said, well, what do you have going on? And I explained everything that was happening to the girl I wrote about, hearing the voices, the stalking, everything. First thing out of his mouth, he said, is she some kind of a political radical? Because what you're describing is satellite surveillance, and we use that to mess with people who are usually dissidents, political radicals or terrorists, and then the CIA agent I talked to verified all of that was available on the platform. But he did stipulate that it's really for use abroad. So, and the way they get around that is by not having the CIA do it directly. They farm it out. But every one of these PI groups that's victimizing people is owned and operated by somebody that's either former CIA or former FBI. And one of the ways, if you're in a town and you're targeted, open the phone book and see who does global investigation that lives in your area.
Oh.
Because this isn't the guy that's, that's officing out of his home and, following people around to see if they're cheating on their spouse. These are people who they can do global investigation because this can be used globally.
Interesting. That is an interesting tidbit. And I literally just pulled it up here on Google, just here locally in Austin, and just Googled global investigations, Austin, Texas. And here is a list of private investigators. Global Investigative Solutions, Kalmar Global, Chuck McDaniel. And that is not to say that any of these people are the ones targeting anybody, folks. I'm just saying, saying that is an actual search term. And like you said, if you want to start somewhere, start with somebody with that global reach and with that global network, because that global network and even if it's the fact of like, I have a certain set of skills and I'm good at finding lost children, global network. It's the fact that you have ends to certain communities, you have ends internationally that are useful assets.
Well, and one thing I will tell your listeners that think they're targeted, if you've recognized the stalking stage, don't be afraid to go out and confront the PIs that are sitting outside your driveway. Now, they can't get on your property. It's perfectly legal for them to sit on a public street in front of your house. There's not much you can do about that legally. But you can go out there and introduce yourself and take a picture of their license plate and ask them what they're doing. And I mean, for people who don't think you can do that, it was just probably a month ago, I had two sitting on the street outside mine. Now I live in the middle of nowhere. So when you see a car sitting outside my driveway, you're in the wrong place. So you've been to my house, so, and, my wife said there's two cars sitting outside our driveway, and my neighbor said, yeah, they've been there all day. So I walked out there, two guys sitting in each one of them, took pictures of the license plate, stepped up to the window, and I said, can I help you? And, and then of course they're like, no, we're good. And then they both drove off. But at least I got their plate number, was able to run that and see definitely that they were from a private investigative agency. Yeah. Now, some of that is I'm being harassed over my next book, as I've told you. So some of that may be that, and not necessarily for the previous books I've written. But, but I did track them, trace them, and they came back as private investigators. And so on my way to work the next morning, I went and sat in front of their office so they would know that I knew. Didn't do anything illegal, didn't go on their property, went and sat in front of their office. So, because they knew what cars were in my driveway, so they knew exactly what car was sitting in front of their place. And, I mean, it's, if you're not doing anything illegal and you're not being targeted because you're a drug dealer or a human trafficker, or a terrorist, if you're truly an innocent victim, then just, dish it right back.
And I think that is an important point to make because, like you were saying earlier, it gets rid of that victim mentality. It changes literally the brainwave going on in your system at that point. To go on the aggressive side of it and to go on the side of who are you, what are you doing here, why are you here, literally changes the brainwaves going on in your head as opposed to who is that, what's going on, who are they, and once again, I think that goes a long way to helping break that cycle that once you're in it is hard to get out of. And the hearing of voices is something that I think is a common thread amongst those who are targeted individuals, and even the fact of like they said in the whole Havana Syndrome panel that happened, the fact that those who thought that they heard crickets, it was the fact of if you move outside of that cone of affected audio of the parabolic speaker, you will start hearing the warble of the actual cone of vibration going on that would typically be silent. And I wonder if it's somewhat the same thing with the voices. The fact of they're probably going on 24/7 to fog your brain. It's just you only hear them at the moments where you're on the edge of it, like that.
Yeah, and most people will say that the voice patterning kind of starts as just that. It's like I said, it starts with stalking, then it goes to tinnitus, and then the tinnitus will gradually, as they work with you and they work with the tones and the frequency and the modulation to actually get you to hear it without surrounding people hearing it, then you'll start hearing what I call voice patterning or sounding like voices on an AM radio channel that's slightly out of tune. So it's, wah, 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 And then as they fine tune it, they will fine tune it to the point, including with when you have people around you, where you start hearing them, but the people around you don't. And that's a specific frequency and magnitude. It's actually done by magnitude that each person has that's individual to them. Now occasionally, they'll mess up and you'll have a group of people that are all of a sudden all turn and go in. Did you hear that? I mean, and everybody hears it, especially like sonic cracks and things like that they'll use. A lot of people can hear it, but they try to tone it down or tune it in specifically to that one person because what they want is to be able to hold an entire conversation with you in your head while nobody around you can hear anything else. Because when you start going, can't you hear that? Can't you hear that? They're having an active conversation with, well, nobody else is going to hear it because it's specific to you. And it's meant to be that way. And it was designed to mimic schizophrenia.
Yeah. And, just the fact of your brain in and of itself is a biological transducer inside of a resonant chamber. Like everybody's frequency of tuning would be slightly different or adjacent to somebody else's, so sure you could have a swath of frequencies. And this is what I've tried to explain to people, who have put forth the fact of perhaps the Astro World incident that happened was a frequency put through the speakers to control the crowd, to crush people, all kinds of things. And it's like, do you realize what it would take to find a frequency that would make a greater majority of the crowd do that? To be able to heterodyne a crowd en masse with predictability. And would that necessarily be the venue of testing? You know?
Yeah, no, the venue of testing for that was Iraq.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's already been accomplished.
Yeah.
And you got to remember in the government research with DARPA and everything else, they have people that's all they do is wake up every day and go to the lab and try to perfect that.
Yeah.
It's kind of, I own a kinkajou, and it's kind of funny because it's, people go, man, she's so smart. She's figured out how to open the locks on her cage. Well, that's all she has to do all night.
Yeah, nothing else to do.
So, if you research something and work with something long enough, you'll eventually get it down perfected.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
But going back to your initiative, one of the questions you asked me, I think I got sidetracked with, about what my medical peers and risking my license. And the one saving grace with Havana Syndrome breaking is, I had quite a few physicians I worked with that said, we thought you'd gone a little nuts when you started writing these books. And then when Havana broke, they said, but now we know you were just ahead of your time. So, was kind of nice there. But it would be nice if the government would lax up on some of these victims of the embassy so they can talk to people like me or Ed Spencer or Terry Robertson or Robert Duncan or all of us, because, we can probably give them some answers that they're not getting.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's just it, knowing that there are whistleblowers like Robert Duncan out there who, hey, all he did, folks, was work on science. Like, heck, that's all the man does now. He sits around and makes rocket systems that junior high school kids can make, things like that. And when you're given budget and you're given lab and right over here to my right, this whole corner is like a dedicated electronics workbench, stuff like that. Like when that is the thing that you do to count sheep when you go to sleep at night, is design circuits, things like that. It's a passion, and all you do is build. All you do is come up with ideas. And when you're working in a workshop where it's kind of like Edison is there, and sure, he's taking the patents and doing whatever with them, but he's also like, hey, guys in the workshop, here's a problem that we need solved. Here's a bunch of money. Go have fun and figure out the problem. That's a pretty exciting venture to be a part of as a scientist. Just as somebody exploring boundaries and given a research budget and given a budget to work with. And then you find out the way that Robert Duncan did, that these are the things that your technology is being used for. Yeah, he risked everything in coming out.
Well, and another person kind of in that same vein was Fred Bell.
Yeah.
Dr. Fred Bell in Pyridine Industries, he worked on a lot of the parts and the electronics that actually, makes this system work. And, he came out as well, and was on that same one of those same Jesse Ventura shows that Duncan was on. And both of those guys, I think, may have been a little bit vilified in that show. And for your listeners, just so you know, when the government does research, they farm out so many little bits and pieces to different people in different labs. Nobody really knows what only a handful of people at the top know what all the pieces come together, what the puzzle looks like. Because what they'll do is we want you to determine how to transmit a frequency via satellite. We want you to determine how to remotely pick up an EEG signal. We want you another lab determines how you manipulate that EEG. Another lab determines how it's beamed back into the brain. Another lab, and and that's how it's done. Where, you're working on, how to receive something, you don't really know what the full picture is going to be based on your little 1/1,000,000th of the part of the research of what it's going to come together in its finality.
Yeah, precisely. It's kind of like my wife is one of those that firmly believes that there is no way that the federal government or actors therein could could hide or disguise something like Roswell for that long. Something of that magnitude. And the things that I point out regularly on this show that are like that are, hey, I remember when we took down Manuel Noriega and it was announced on like the news, like, look at that new F-117 fighter, folks. Been flying over our heads for 20 years. Never knew about it. Getting ready to take them over to Iraq. Like,
yeah.
You know, like they just pretty much like admitted that there was this secret aircraft. Oh, and it's got a bomber cousin that's been flying over our head for 20 years that you never knew about. You know. Well,
and it's funny you mentioned Manuel Noriega. You know, he voiced complaints that he was targeted with electromagnetic weapons as well.
Well, and he was one of those that there was a big practice for a long time of, I guess, before you say somebody just snapped, like, yeah, dude, you've been psychically driving them for 5 days straight. You know, homie didn't just snap. Like, same thing that they did to the people in Waco, same thing, you know, where you just put up speakers and play abusive rock and roll and rap music and things like that incredibly loud for 3-4 days straight. That kind of stuff. So yeah. That was already being employed, much less the voice of God technology telling him surrender, give up, you know, everything else. So and you know, I hesitate to say that there is ever a time where using technology like this is acceptable. And I mainly say that because it is an invasive technology.
Well, and that's the reason that they can't admit that Russia has it. Because if they admit that Russia has it, they're going to have to admit that we have it. Because most of us that have done any research knows that it kind of got its start in the Soviet Union, and then was actually sold after the fall of the Soviet Union, you know, to an American private intelligence company, and then the research kind of started here. So, I mean, at least the voice to skull part of it, you know, that was, you know, Igor Smirnov's invention in Russia. And I think we've talked about that before. They actually planned on trying to use that at the Waco Branch Davidian assault. You know, they were going to use the voice of God, you know, through as Charlton Heston in Koresh's brain, in his mind, to actually try to convince him to surrender. But there was some inadequacies between their software and American computers to be able to actually make it work. And for people who don't believe that, that actually came out in Newsweek. So, I mean, that's not really protected knowledge or anything. But so, you know, it was and kind of like they're trying to pretend, a lot of the media is trying to, even 60 Minutes kind of, they had a show last Sunday on it, but, you know, still are kind of putting their own spin on it. Well, you know, this really seems like some type of exotic unknown weapon. Man, open up Wikipedia. You know, go to Wikipedia, look up directed energy weapons. I mean, if Wikipedia has it down pretty well solid, I think the government probably knows exactly what it is too.
Yeah, precisely. It is not rocket math. These things are out there. Heck, man, I bought one off eBay. Like, I bought a parabolic speaker. I could tell my neighbors across the street to turn their music down, and only the neighbors in that patio area would hear it. You know, like, it's like $100 kit. You can go onto eBay and buy one. That is exactly, and that's one of the things that I will say, and one of the reasons why I would like to get Giordano on the show. I would love to do a panel with the three of you, yourself, Giordano, and Robert Duncan, if we can make that happen. But
that would be great, because
he was one of the only ones during that panel that ever said that there were other people that had reported things like this. that we know this technology exists. We know it exists because our enemies have it and we have it. You know? So he's the only one out of all of them that came out and said, like, it very much looks like it would be a microwave type weapon. This very much looks like directed energy. And once again, yeah, these are things that we know our enemies have. Like they have bragged
even Dr. Lin, L-I-N,
yeah,
who was one of the most predominant, microwave researchers, even 10 years ago, he was, if you talked to him or heard him lecture, he would say, well, it can't be weaponized to cause voice. In order to cause voices in somebody's head or use as a communication system, the heat generated in the brain would be detrimental and would cause other ailments and destruction in neural tissue. Well, even he's finally come around and go, well, maybe it has been weaponized. So, I mean, you always got to kind of take people who are deriving their living from government funding with a grain of salt, but eventually they got to take the right path, just like I did, and just admit, yeah, this is what it is. Because right now, kind of the thinking from the government and from, unfortunately, our major media, and if you remember, the New York Times did an article specifically on me about 5 years ago that essentially said these weapons don't exist and that I was the Pied Piper of the mentally ill.
Yeah.
So,
don't forget about the Hall effect.
Yeah.
You have an actual psychological effect named after you.
Yeah.
And the fact that, like, anybody claiming to be a targeted individual is basically suffering from the same hallucination as somebody who says that they have a haunted house or a poltergeist.
Yeah. Which a lot of people,
phenomenology.
Which in truth, a lot of people who think they're living in a haunted house are probably targeted. Because like I said,
that
with this technology,
exactly what Robert Duncan said too. Whenever I mentioned that, he was like, I'd kind of reverse that and think if you were in a quote poltergeisted house that you're probably targeted.
Well, and you got to remember too, with this technology, you can power stuff up with its battery powered. You can shut the power off and on.
Exactly.
So you can definitely give a home the look that it's haunted by a poltergeist. And I've seen that with my own eyes, where they can take small battery operated toys and actually make them function without batteries in them.
Yeah.
Same thing. If you were ever to spend any time in my house, you'll see the garage doors open and close on their own. Printers come off and on their own. Computers come off and on their own. So I mean, I'm definitely still harassed at some point, for basically what I write and what I try to expose. But it's just now that Havana Syndrome has broken, they have a really good chance just to be honest, and come forward with some of this. But it's kind of like the whole UFO thing, just about everybody has seen a UFO, but the government still won't just come out and say what they are, or even come out and say, there's stuff flying around in the sky. We don't know what it is either. I mean, that'd be, but they never will do that. And typically what you've seen happen with non-consensual experimentation in the past, with radiation and everything else and early MK Ultra stuff, is that it's about 40 or 50 years later when you finally get somebody honest in the media that says, what'd they do to all these people in Guatemala, in this prison when they gave them all syphilis and gonorrhea? Or, why did so many people in Arizona and New Mexico end up with thyroid cancer? Yeah. Well, then they had the Acre hearings 50 years later and said, well, we floated radioactive iodine over those states and to see if it would cause cancer in certain populations. And that's typically what our government does. It'll be another 10, 15, 20 years from now. And then somebody in the press will pick it up and say, well, from 1980 till 2022, there were thousands of people complaining of Havana Syndrome in the private sector. Well, and then finally there'll be an apology.
Yeah, and at that point, you've got the billions of dollars from the technology being patented and put into other stuff, and proven to work for this, so you can use it in that, that you've actively got the money to be able to pay victims. You know, that you've actively got the money that, yeah, you know, if it comes out, 20 years down the line that we did do this and we have to pay $100,000 to everybody who was a victim, all right. You know, by that point, basically, the money from the patents will be there.
And that's why it's going to be so important for a lot of these government employees that have been victimized to just finally say, you know what, I'm not staying quiet. I'm coming out. Because they need to know, and they need to realize that they've got brothers and sisters on the outside of the government that are private citizens that have been tortured with this technology as well, you know, as part of perfecting it. You know, whether that be by the Russians or by our own government, you know, maybe a little bit of both. But I mean, once those people come out and see that, you know, they're not the only ones, you know, that we've been dealing with this in the private sector for some time. Yeah. That will be what will incite change, I think, because right now the government's take on it is that if you work for the government, you're a victim of microwave energy. If you're complaining about it in the private sector, you're crazy.
Yeah,
is kind of their stance right now.
Well, and you know, John Hall, that like you said a while ago, with everything coming out right now, this is the perfect time for them to just pony up. And I mean, the article I've been flashing on screen here, folks, is out of phys.org from 2008. Pentagon report investigated lasers that put voices in your head. And I highlighted a part here. But down here at the bottom, on the next page, let me quote this real quick. The report explains several types of non-lethal laser applications, including microwave hearing, disrupted neural control, and microwave heating. For the first type, short pulses of RF energy, 2,450 megahertz, can generate a pressure wave in solids and liquids. When exposed to RF energy, humans experience the immediate sensation of, quote, microwave hearing, sounds that include buzzing, ticking, hissing, or knocking that originate within the head. Studies with guinea pigs and cats suggest that the mechanism responsible for the phenomenon is thermoelastic expansion. Exposure to the RF pulses doesn't cause any permanent effects, as all effects cease almost immediately after exposure ceases. As the report explains, tuning microwave hearing could enable communications with individuals from distances up to several hundred meters. Several hundred meters, folks. So you're looking at within a mile or so range. And that's just RF energy. That's just RF. That's, I mean, and that is 2.4. That's not even in the gigahertz range. You know, but they're talking about microwave hearing, disrupted neural control, microwave heating. You know, a lot of the things, the sounds include buzzing, ticking, hissing, knocking, all that originate within the head. Once again, sounds like a lot of what targeted individuals suffer on the regulars. So, and that was from 2008, folks. That was far before any reports of Havana Syndrome. That was far before anything like that. So, to say that it's something new, or to say that this technology is something unknown to us, I think is more than naive and way more than irresponsible.
And it would help if our major media would do their part in exposing it instead of trying to help the government cover it up. But unfortunately, right now, we just don't really have any media much media that's not pro-government.
Well, so. I wouldn't even go as far as to say it's about being pro-government. It's about being actual investigative and investigating something like dude, I'm just a podcaster sitting here in my home studio flashing some things up on screen. I just happen to have a memory for headlines. And I'm a news hound, and I obsess over this stuff. So, yeah, like, it is not an incredible web to weave. It is not hard to see. It doesn't take anything more than a light Google thumbing to find directed energy weapons, to find articles about them, to find lasers putting voices in your head from Wired magazine saying voice of God weapons return. Things like that. These are all things that are in regular application, defense-wise and police-wise, things like that. They use them for crowd control, that kind of stuff. So, it's just the fact of I don't think most of the media out there is actively investigating so much as headline chasing. And unfortunately, the Havana Syndrome headline, until it comes down to a straight up truth of like Russia microwaved people's brains, China microwaved people's brains, until that is the headline that they can chase publicly, what's sexy about it? 1,000 people, possibly. Sure, a whole bunch of other people, but that's like saying that anybody's UFO sighting was valid until now.
Yeah.
And now you see quite literally, and that was 2017 that the UAP videos came out. And now you hear the narrative in the media of the language of UFO denier being used. And the fact of, oh, well, if you haven't thought about these for years, then you're the crazy one. Well, where the hell have you guys been? We've been.
It can't always be a weather balloon.
Well, I was telling a buddy of mine the other day, Doc, about the 80-20 ratio. And it's interesting how often that almost ratio pops up in life. Like only about 20% of America took place in the American Revolution. The rest of them sat at home and pointed and went, wow, look at those crazy dudes. Please, God, stop. Only 20% of people regularly thought about something like extraterrestrials or government interference in private life, or, targeting on the level that we're talking about here. And even some of the shows that you used to go on don't talk about this topic anymore.
No,
and it's sad. It's sad, because there are people being targeted in the government, stuff like that, but there are thousands of people outside of that have been shooting flares up for years in the air. To know
any of the media that's controlled by the FCC has pretty much been instructed or encouraged to not talk about this stuff. And that's why one of the major shows that you're talking about. Now, if you want to tune in and hear about Bigfoot or natural cures, it'll be that just about every night.
Yeah.
But it won't be anything political, and it won't be targeting. There's only one syndicated show that'll still cover it, and he's suffered ill effects due to covering it as well. So
yeah. Well, and it's interesting because and we've had the conversation privately. I've had the conversation with listeners and stuff about the fact of, you put a lot of things out there that a lot of people are no longer willing to talk about or even want to bring up, and there were a lot of people regularly that whenever John Hall comes on, he tends to get a little political. And like we've said privately in conversation, unfortunately, the solution is going to be political. Until we find an advocate. I mean, good Lord, look at how long it took Congress and House to accept anything on behalf of the first responders for 9/11. It took somebody with the voice of Jon Stewart to go in front of them and call them out and literally in public and on television broadcasts go, how dare you? How dare you sit there and do nothing? And I really think until we find that advocate for this cause, Doctor, it's gonna be hard. And yeah, it's going to be a political solution. It has to be. That we've got to pin something, like write it down on a freaking bar napkin, man, that we aren't supposed to experiment on the public. I don't care. As long as we can pass something that says that we aren't supposed to experiment on the public. Anything, like attach it to a farm bill if you want, heck, attach it to anything.
Well, and if you look back at the past with the Rockefeller Commission and Church Committee, Ted Kennedy spearheaded that. And you talk about a man with plenty of faults, Chappaquiddick and everything else. But, at least he had the morality to say, you know what, we don't need to be experimenting on people.
Yeah.
And at least set that ball in motion to expose that. Now,
even that took the death of an individual. Like the MK Ultra and Church Committee hearings didn't happen until the family of, oh my God, his name just slipped my mind.
Frank Olson.
Yeah, until his family said he was killed. That is what it took to make those hearings happen and to push it forward. And it's horrible to say that. And it's horrible to say that, like we said a couple weeks ago with Craig Woolheater about Bigfoot. Unfortunately, yeah, it might take somebody throwing a body on a slab for science to listen. And that's a horrible mentality to have. But if that's what it takes to have it and to get something done, and when you're talking about thousands of known victims, these are people that are victims of something that we know exists now, Havana Syndrome. There's 1,000 people that have claimed this, and there are tens of thousands that claim it outside of the government. So, yeah.
Well, and if you remember, under the Obama administration, we had the Bioethics Commission.
Yeah.
We had several of those meetings. One of them I actually spoke at.
Yeah.
And even at the end of their research, their claim was that there was no non-consensual experimentation going on. So,
yeah.
It's been an uphill battle, but I think we can't let them deny Havana Syndrome, because helping expose Havana Syndrome and trying to encourage those victims to come out of their gag orders and just risk the prison for violating it time is going to be what binds those victims along with the victims of experimentation in the private sector. And it will take that to cause political change.
Oh, absolutely. So, and don't get me wrong. I would love those responsible to pay. I would love that to happen, John Hall. Hey, I'd love certain presidents to be in prison for things that they've done on both sides of the aisle. Fact is, we are not in the habit of putting presidents in prison. We are not in the habit of, the CIA is not in the habit of going before any body of the government and actively telling the truth, ever. I would still challenge you to find me the point where that has happened. Like, I'd say I'd wait, but that would be a lot of time on stream. for somebody,
and that's fun,
where they've actually been dragged before House or Congress in a testimony and actively told the truth.
And that's fundamentally one of our problems that has to be cured in order for this to be cured. Is right now the intelligence community controls the government, and it should be the other way around.
Yes. Well, and I think that once again, just to bring up that 80-20, I think, unfortunately, about 80% of people forget the fact that we're the ones in control of the government. That we are a representative republic, that a democracy is a form of voting, not a form of government. And these misconceptions lead to a disempowerment. When you lose the conception of the fact that you have the power, you become the victim.
And if you remember, one thing that I thought was pretty poignant, and for once a politician speaking the truth, is when basically Trump decided that had he gotten elected for a second term, was probably going to go after the intelligence community for the Russia hoax. Chuck Schumer made the comment. He said, "You go after the intelligence community, they've got 6 ways to Sunday to get back at you."
Oh, yeah.
So, I mean, that pretty much told the American public everything they need to know. These politicians are fearful of the intelligence community, and it really should be it should be the other way around.
Well, I mean, whenever you're talking about the fact of if you've got a device, they've got your information,
Yeah.
And that's just it, It sets up for a nasty situation all the way around. It's hard to call to task people who you pay to lie and deceive. And when you put those same people that you pay to lie and deceive in charge of technologies like this, when you put alphabet agencies like the FBI in charge of it, or contractors thereof, anything like that, it's a dangerous proposition, and it's a die that you roll, and you might get something good out of it, or hey, you might get the next terrorist cell. Who knows? And unfortunately, the articles that I was posting up earlier about Aaron Alexis hearing voices in his head, the Navy Yard shooter, about the single mom who was gunned down at the White House for making a bad U-turn. She heard voices in her head saying that Obama was in her head, telling her
Myron May.
Like the cases pop up again and again and again and again. And, when you go back and you listen to that just heart-wrenching 2.5 minutes of Jeff Ely in Vermont, man, it's soul-wrenching to know that there are people out there suffering from this, to know that there are people out there going through this. Where can they go for help, Doctor? Where can the typical TI go? What should their course of action be? What can they do to mitigate for themselves or their families?
One of the best things to do is don't really try real hard to convince your family members of what's going on with you. I know it's confusing and it's irritating that, the people who supposedly love you the most don't understand what's going on with you. But the people who love you the most are also going to be the first to put you in front of a psychiatrist who's not only not going to believe you no matter what you put in front of them, but is going to make your matters worse by giving you a diagnosis. So that what I would recommend is go to the Facebook pages of mine, Guinea Pigs, Technologies of Control, or Dr. Robert Duncan. There's a number of help groups out there that, can kind of work with people. It's pretty amazing that the TI community has become a pretty close-knit group. I mean, they keep an eye on each other, and you'll see Facebook posts and unfortunately the the end game for a lot of targeted individuals is being driven to suicide, because the rules of engagement of this technology is once you're actually under it and you're being watched, you don't have to be tortured, but you do have to be watched for the rest of your days. And they do that just so in case, you know, that one of these people ends up getting the right political connections to get something done about it, they have to know. So, you know, they can, you know, so the powers that be can actually take action to try to counter it.
Yeah.
So once you're put under the program, you're pretty much always under the program. But I mean, there are groups that you can become involved with that, you know, share ideas and share technology, but more than anything, it gives you somebody that you can talk to about it, you know, without, you know, really making yourself, you know, look psychotic by trying to convince people who don't believe. And
well, you know, it's I put it down like any hard paranormal experience or any hard spiritual experience. Like, I remember I turned 18 after I entered the seminary. Like, I was 17 when I went in. And me just being a bright-eyed, bushy-tailed, spiritually bound dude. Hey, I thought that, like, didn't we all have like that moment of warm quiet in the universe where like everything stopped and stood still and we were in the presence of something greater than ourselves? Like, you didn't have that? and like, it just blew my mind that, once again, 80-20, only about 20% of people that I talk to, be they family, be they friends, or even people who were in the seminary and called to serve God, only about 20% of them were like, oh, wow, really? All right. The rest of them were like, oh, yeah, really? Yeah, all right.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, the rest of them were there hoping to be the next Joel Osteen.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah. In the Catholic Church. Have fun with that one. Ain't nobody giving you Joel Osteen money in the Catholic Church. And if they are, it ain't going to you. But yeah, I mean, it's hard. It's not easy to come forward with things like this. And even the CIA agent, like I said, it was refreshing to hear somebody of that ilk and that level where like he was in charge of a region for the CIA. And even he was like, I know what a rape victim feels like. Like, I know what it is to go to somebody and say this happened to me and them go, nah, no, it didn't.
And I would like your listeners to know that just for you guys that are listening, Chris did post the question as how Havana Syndrome applies to the thousands of targeted individuals in the private sector that are experiencing the same thing. He did pose that question to the people on the panel, and the question was ignored.
3 times, no less than 3 times. But yeah, and I phrased it very specifically. It was, you know, does the phenomenology and confirmation of Havana Syndrome lend credence to the claims of thousands of civilians known as targeted individuals who have claimed the same symptoms for years? And yeah, and specifically phrasing it so it's like, hey, I am fully acknowledging the work that you are doing here. But for you to deny the fact that the phenomenology that you are stating defines Havana Syndrome doesn't match up with the phenomenology of people that are called targeted individuals just is not science. Like they're pretty much one and the same when you go through and start reading it. Like they are pretty, the only thing that's not there is the gang stalking aspect.
Well, and the one thing that did that has come turnabout in technology that did allow them to diagnose the government employees that were victimized, which is now available in the private sector as well. Is there is brain scanning now that can actually pick up micro traumatic brain injury in white matter tracts, which is what they found in the victims of Havana Syndrome, and it's called diffusion tensor imaging. And as a matter of fact, as you know, part of my medical practice is we do personal injury. People that have been in automobile accidents, and one of the ways that we can actually diagnose traumatic brain injury now, even mild traumatic brain injury, is through diffusion tensor imaging, and that is what they used on the victims that are government employees to diagnose that. So, and that may be something we have to do in the private sector, is figure out a way to get a section of the private sector that's voicing those complaints to get diffusion tensor imaging, and do it as a study to where we have a group of 500, 1,000 people that aren't government employees that have the same symptomology on scan. So
and it took literally decades, Doctor, for the medical community to accept like RF affected syndrome. People who are mildly allergic to electric fields, that kind of stuff. And we are discovering more and more on the daily, and to know that this technology is out there, that it exists, that like if you are decent with a soldering iron and an Arduino or any kind of programming, guaranteed you could be making this stuff at home. It would not be rocket math, man. I mean, even 2 years ago at CES, I remember we covered on air a radar. It was a LiDAR transmit receive unit that was 1 millimeter by 1 millimeter. Now, this LiDAR chip was accurate to 250 feet at 1 millimeter by 1 millimeter. Now, to give you folks an idea of 1 millimeter, your average LED that you see on like your remote control is 5 millimeters. That's tiny. So an array of 100 of these could fit in the size of a postage stamp and be accurate to 250 meters times 100. That's crazy. That's the level of technology that we are commercially available at. Like the new iPhones have a LiDAR camera in them. So this stuff is not crazy technology to think about. To think about the fact that like you could hack somebody's phone and have it send an inaudible signal to them 24/7. Yep, you could do that. You could do that. You could do that with their computer. All kinds of things. So it's incredible the level of control that is out there, Doctor. So I want to thank you as always for your time. I know it is getting late on in the evening, and you have work in the morning, all that kind of good stuff. Other than the Curious Realm store online, tell everybody where they can go to catch up, where they can go to buy your books, where they can go to contact you. If best way to contact and kind of keep up to date with at least where my mind is going is on Facebook, Guinea Pigs Technologies of Control Facebook page. The book by the same title and Satellite Terrorism can be purchased on Amazon, Barnes and Nobles. Yes, Amazon is still carrying those books. Amazingly enough, they haven't stopped that yet, but they can be purchased there. So, absolutely. I love my copies. It is one of those books that whenever I give away at least one copy of Guinea Pigs a year. At least. Not my signed copy, but it is one of those books that I just keep a resident copy around, because when somebody asks about it, I just want to be able to give it to them.
And it'll probably be greatly appreciated posthumously. That's unfortunately that's one of the unfortunate things of taking the right path. When the right path is always the hard path, and that's what I chose to write those books at the risk of being able to actually make a living. And but God never does make the right path the easy path, unfortunately.
That's right. Full of bumps. Once again, as always, thank you so much for your time. Always great talking with you and talking about this topic. I love bringing it to light and letting more people know about it. It hurts me inside to know that there are so many people out there suffering from it. So thanks again for all the work you do in it, Doctor. I greatly look forward to your next appearance.
All right. Thank you, Chris. We'll see you. Good night, everybody.
Take care. Wow. Always amazing talking with Dr. John Hall. Our next segment, folks, as you know, is our pre-recorded segment. The whole new format is live guest in front, short commercial break, followed by pre-recorded. We will be getting into the world of hypnotic regression with our good friend and guest and author of my God, it just left my head. Devil's Den, Incident at Devil's Den, as well as Devil's Den, The Reckoning. Terry Lovelace will be joining us talking about the world of hypnotic regression, what it's all about. And in the final hour, folks, you will actively see me, your host, go through a hypnotic regression session, unedited in its entirety. Check it out. You will hear about a past life on another planet. You will hear about a past life as a French-speaking, I don't know if it's farm worker or rancher or what, but really wild. Stay tuned for that right after this. Thank you so much, John Hall. We'll talk to you soon, and stay tuned, everybody. With the rise in attention to the health benefits of cannabis and cannabinoids, including CBD, True Hemp Science has become one of the premier providers of full-spectrum CBD and CBD-related products. Using a proprietary spagyric process, True Hemp Science extracts maximum benefit from the whole hemp plant. Buds, leaves, stems, seeds, even roots. Every part of the plant is used and then reused to formulate a rich, complex profile of CBD, CBD derivatives, and terpenes guaranteed to provide the relief and benefits you need daily. Visit TrueHempScience.com to experience the best CBD oils, edibles, and topicals on the market today. And use code CURIOUS7 to save 7% off your entire purchase of $50 or more and get 2 25 milligram CBD cookies or brownies free. That website again is TrueHempScience.com and the code is CURIOUS7. Curious Realm Podcast is your source for the latest and greatest news and events in the world of the paranormal, esoteric, and forbidden knowledge. And there's no better way to spark the conversation than with items from the Curious Realm store. Choose from fan favorites like hoodies, mouse pads, coffee mugs, and more. Buy books and items from your favorite Curious Realm guests. Get your hands on the latest gear for paranormal investigations and experiments we discuss on the show. Open your web browser and stop on by the Curious Realm store at curiousrealm.com/store to buy the latest Curious Realm wear and out-of-this-world gifts for yourself, your family, or a mind that you want to open. That website again is curiousrealm.com/store. Have you considered starting a podcast? Looking for a way to make your business a voice of authority in an industry? Then Podcast Cadet is the solution for you. Whether starting a podcast for yourself, your brand, business, school, church, or just plain fun, Podcast Cadet is here to help you navigate the waters of the podcast industry. Specializing in one-on-one consultation and training with industry professionals in fields ranging from podcast technology and editing to distribution, monetization, and even social media strategies. Podcast Cadet tailors their services to the specific needs of you and your podcast. Do you already have a podcast and trying to find ways to engage and grow your audience? Sign up for your Podcast Cadet audit today and let us help you explore new and exciting ways to leverage your content and elevate your podcast brand to whole new levels. From consultational workshops to affordable podcast production and maintenance packages, Podcast Cadet is your one-stop shop for everything podcast related on the internet. Visit podcastcadet.com today to sign up for your consultation or training and use code CURIOUS20 to save 20% off your entire purchase. That website again is podcastcadet.com. And we are back, folks. Thank you so much to all the sponsors. Full disclosure, I am one of the owners of Podcast Cadet. The whole reason I started that program was I love this format. I'm a former broadcast guy, worked in local TV, radio, things like that. And I love the concept of podcasting. I like to see people do it right, especially if you're trying to build a brand. It's so hard to go in the background and fix things later rather than actively doing it right from the start. So stop on by, check that out. Make sure to stop on by the Curious Realm store, curiousrealm.com/store. That is where you can pick up books from all of our guests, as well as the amazing books, Devil's Den, or Incident at Devil's Den, A True Story, as well as Devil's Den, The Reckoning, by our guest today in the second part of the show, Terry Lovelace. Welcome back to the show. How are you, my friend? Oh, did we lose your audio there? There he is.
I did. I had myself muted. Anyway,
Awesome.
It's a pleasure to be here. It is. And I love the look of the whole thing, and I love the name, and it's cool. It's nice.
Well, welcome back. You were one of the many that were a guest in our former incarnation, Dudes and Beer, and to have you in this incarnation is so fantastic. Welcome back to the show, Terry. We have always gotten a great response from the audience whenever you've come on. As I was telling you beforehand, my mom actively picked up. I gave my mom Devil's Den: The Reckoning for Christmas because I found out that she had actively gotten Incident at Devil's Den and loved it. And we had like a whole evening of conversation about it. It was really cool to know that like she had become open-minded enough to go out and buy an experiencer's book. And she said, from what I know, she has been thoroughly enjoying the second one, which is gets into a few more stories other than just Devil's Den. So real briefly, before we get into the new stuff that you're doing, working in the world of hypnotherapy, things like that, tell us a little bit about your incident, what brought you into the world of being an experiencer, and what that has been like for you over the last many years.
Yeah, I've, like a lot of people, I've been a lifetime experiencer. Most people that, have encounters as a kid with non-human entities will, again, have them in their 20s or 40s and, for the rest of their life. Yeah. So, the incident that was the catalyst for all this was the 1977 camping trip I took while I was on active duty in the Air Force. And my guy I worked with suggested, hey, man, he comes up to me. We worked the night shift as EMTs. We were first responders, and we worked the night shift. And he came up to me one night and says, hey, man, I got an idea. Let's go camping. And I thought he was kidding, because we were both city kids. I'd never been camping, and I strongly believed he'd never been camping. And I said, okay, let me think about it. And we did, and we took this camping trip, and it was just wild. There were a series of missteps getting down there that I won't go into, but what we did was we dodged we didn't get a camping permit. We didn't stay in the campground. I wanted to photograph wildlife, and my friend was an amateur astronomer, and he wanted to watch the night sky without light pollution. So we couldn't do either one of those things if we stayed in a campground, with people all around us and kids and other undesirables. So we just took a road to the northwest, and I mean there were many turns we could have made, and just by happenstance we rolled up on this plateau. And Google Earth has some cool pictures of it. It's an elevated plateau that the top is just flat as a pool table with, and is at about the same height as the treetops. So cool place. We trespassed to get in there. There was a chain across the road with a very sternly worded sign saying, keep out, no hunting, no camping, no fishing, no nothing. And I thought we were going to have to turn around. And my buddy says, no, I got this, man, I got this. And he hops out of my 66 Impala. And what the park rangers had done is taken a chain and just made a noose out of it and put a padlock on it. And they just draped that over a nail on the opposing post. So my friend gets out, picks up the chain, and drops it, and boom, we're in. We felt like Lewis and Clark, Yeah. And we rolled in, and I actually found out later that area, we thought it was like a nature preserve or something affiliated with the park, and it's not. That land is owned by the federal government, managed by the Bureau of Land Management, and leased to a private individual. But it's still off limits to this day. I'll tell you what's interesting is that when we got there, we drove up this sharp incline to get to the top of this thing. And somebody had cut the grass up there. I mean, it had been mowed fairly recently. It was maybe about 4 or 6 inches high. And somebody had, got rid of the trees. And so a great place to camp. And we set up a little campsite. But the thing I wanted to mention is I never bothered to look for that on Google Earth because I thought, this place has got to be covered with 40-year-old mature trees by now.
Sure.
Get this. The federal government, Bureau of Land Management, pays somebody to go up there and cut the top of the grass on the top of this plateau, and so the trees don't grow. And they've been doing that for 50 years. That's a lot of gas to burn to cut grass on top of a plateau that's in the middle of nowhere.
Wow.
So figure that out.
Wow.
So we set up a campsite, and, this stuff was all new to us. We did the fun stuff you do when you camp. We took a little hike, burned some hot dogs, that kind of stuff. And we actually had a pretty good day. And we had a $9 Kmart tent and a couple of inflatable air mattresses. And my friend brought his Coleman cooler packed full of sandwiches and stuff. And we are kicked back on these air mattresses, and we had this campfire between us. And we're just talking and chill and just having a great evening. And I remember saying to my friend, I could understand why people enjoy this because it really is nice. Yeah. And he's like, oh, yeah, I told you, man. I told you this would be cool. So while we're sitting there, and this sounds really cliche, I know, so don't laugh at me, but it's true. And other people have told me they've experienced this, and that is that the place went silent. I mean, it went dead quiet. We were kind of, because of the crickets, the tree frogs, all the stuff in the forest that makes noise at night.
Yeah.
All that stuff was so loud that we were having trouble carrying on a conversation. And then suddenly, it's gone. And and we not only lost all the crickets, the tree frogs, we not only lost all the sound. This was June, and it was kind of warm. And we had a nice breeze we were enjoying, and that died. And it was honest to God dead still. And it unnerved me. And I asked my friend, hey man, is this normal? Like he's gonna know, right?
Yeah.
And he's laughing at me saying, don't worry about the bugs. The bugs will come back. And then it didn't faze him a bit. So I kind of just let it go, and we carried on our conversation. And a few minutes later, he asked me, he said, hey, Terry, were those lights there before? He's got his head turned toward the west. I can't see what he's looking at because his torso is in the way. So I stood up and took a step back. And on the western horizon, there were these three little stars. And they were in a perfect triangle. And they were too far above the horizon to have been lights like from a train or a parking lot or something. And they appeared to be dead still. So we didn't know what it was. So we're watching them, and while we're watching them, they moved. And what they did first was they rotated like they were on an axis and turned clockwise about 120 degrees and aligned the base of the triangle with the horizon. So the apex of the triangle is pointed up. And a few minutes later, the thing moves and it just starts climbing up in the air. And the curious thing is, as soon as that thing started climbing in the air, both of us felt this peaceful, calm sensation, very much like being sedated.
Interesting.
And because, our response to this thing was inappropriate. Our emotions were muted, and we were in kind of a weird place. I was even mildly disinterested. I mean, I was watching the thing play out, but I didn't feel like I was an observer. I mean, a participant. I felt like I was just an observer. But a weird place to be, I know. Yeah. But that's what I felt. And there's no conversation between us. There should have been. We should have been like, hey, man, are you seeing what I'm seeing?
Yeah.
That kind of stuff. And there was none of that. The only thing I remember my friend saying was, they're really moving now. And I don't know who they is, which implies plural, because this was one solid object. There was no doubt about that.
Sure. Well,
and it reached the ceiling. I'm sorry, I interrupted you.
Oh, no. I was just going to say, I'm sure as Air Force guys, that's just kind of the nomenclature, they're really moving.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think that's a good observation. I think that's a true observation. And we watched this thing until it reached the ceiling, and I have no idea how high it was because I had no point of reference. And we didn't know how big the thing was. And what it did was it had this upward orientation where we could see 3 stars. And the thing did like this and rolled over so it was parallel with the ground. And the point of the triangle was aimed at us because we saw 3 lights.
Oh, wow.
And then it began like a glide plane down. And it got bigger and bigger, and it dimmed the lights. There were lights on the points of the triangle. It dimmed those and cruised in, and we could see the lights, and we could see the dark shadow in the middle move across the treetops. And this thing stopped at about 3,000 feet over our heads. And, you would think we would be like wigged out, crazy. No, we had that weird sedated feeling. And there was a light that came on from underneath this thing and in the center. And it was, you ever seen like a high power searchlight cut through fog?
Yeah.
Where it's sort of like a column of visible white light.
Mm-hmm.
That's what this was like. It was about 6 inches in diameter. And it just clicked on like someone hit a switch. Wow. And the light landed in the middle of our campfire. And there was no fog, but the light had that milky characteristic to it that you would see with a searchlight cutting through fog. It's weird. So that was there in the middle of the campfire for about a minute. And then it clicked off. And then in 1977, lasers were kind of a new thing. Yeah. I'd seen them on TV. I'd never seen one in real life. This thing shot down a laser beam about the diameter of a pencil, and it was a bluish purple, weird color, and it was like dancing all over the campsite, but it was hitting all of our stuff. It hit me in the chest at least 3 times. I felt nothing. It hit my car, my buddy's cooler, the tent, his backpack, my backpack, all the stuff that we had brought that wasn't natural to the top of this plateau, which I thought was interesting. So that took about 3 minutes, and then that turned off. And it was absolutely still and quiet still. And what we did was we were both feeling this. I mean, I had that sedated, I wouldn't call it apathetic, but almost kind of disinterested in what's going on. And I went from being sedated to sleepy. And there's a distinct difference between the two. You can be relaxed and calm and not sleepy.
Yeah.
So this thing I think this speaks to the level of influence that these things have over human beings. And I think that's really underrated and
sure
doesn't get the attention it deserves. So we all I wanted to do was get in that tent and go to bed with this thing 3,000 feet over our heads. It was triangular shaped. Wow. And it was about the size of a Walmart. At that time, all we could see was the underneath of it, and that would change later. But we went into, my buddy was closer to the tent. He threw his air mattress in, and he just fell on top of it. And by the time I threw my air mattress in and got situated, he was already snoring. And, I didn't bother to take off my shirt. I didn't bother to take off my boots, my combat boots, which is interesting because that's relevant in just a minute, I'll tell you. And I was asleep the minute my head hit the plastic inflated pillow. And I had no dreams. I don't think I was asleep. I think I was unconscious or something.
Well, and it's interesting because I'm an anxiety sufferer. And whenever I have an anxiety attack, about an hour or so afterward, I am the most wiped out that I could possibly, and it's just from sheer adrenaline. And that may even be the case with what you're describing. Not only possible effects from the technology being used above you, because of course high magnetic fields, high RF fields, things like that can definitely have a fatiguing effect on the human mind and the body. But in addition to that, just the utter shock that your body was going through, the release of adrenaline itself may have just been enough to just knock you both out.
You know, that could be.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. You know,
that's interesting though, because like you said, you would think that you would be, wow, did you just see what I saw? I know you just saw what I saw, right? Especially with as close as y'all were. It's not like y'all were just like neighbors and shared a fence line or something like that. Like you guys were EMTs together. That's the equivalent of like going out and rolling the streets as a cop with a partner. You know, you're intimately involved with each other's lives. And even after this event, it led to a separation between you and your friend.
It did, you know, and we were both newly married. Our wives were friends.
Yeah.
And I considered this guy to be my best friend.
Yeah.
And, but I'll talk about that in a minute because that deserves conversation. You know, I don't know, I don't want to get off topic here, but I don't know if you've ever read Ray Fowler's book about the Allagash Four.
I have not had a chance to read that yet.
It's great book.
I know of the case. I lived in Maine for many, many years. And I am very, very familiar with that case.
Well, you know, after their event, they didn't debrief. They didn't talk about it.
Yep.
They rowed the canoe to the shore where the big fire was that had now just embers. And the four of them got out and just went to bed. And, you know,
yeah,
you made a point. It's human beings want to validate. They want validation from somebody, and then they'll give validation to, you know, the person next to them that saw what they saw. And they exchange stories and, you know, make sure that, you know, I'm not hallucinating, that I really saw this thing, or, and it was just none of that. It's just crazy. There was none of that. So, yeah, I was sound asleep, and I had no idea how long I was unconscious, we'll call it. But I woke up to these incredibly bright flashing lights that were white and yellow and kind of a soft pastel green, very bright, very much like an old school flash bulb, like from the 60s in those cameras. You know, we see that, you have somebody take a picture and the flash is so bright that, you know, every time you blink, you see the red spot in front of your eye for an hour. That's what this was like. So it would, the lights would come through the canvas of that tent and light up the inside of that tent like a ballpark at night. And I was confused. I woke up and I didn't have my wits about me. And I'm thinking, where am I? Oh, yeah, Toby and I are camping. That's what's going on. And I see these lights, and I'm trying to make sense of it by reason. And I'm thinking, well, this is obviously the overhead flashing lights of a park ranger's truck there to kick us out because we are trespassing. But then I noticed the lights were at odd intervals. They weren't, you know, regular like flashing lights would be on an overhead. Yeah,
a strobe or something like that.
Yeah, so I sat up and I noticed that my boots were unlaced. I mean, almost all the way down. And I knew I did not go to bed with them like that. I mean, you know, one of the things that they hammer into your head when you're in the military is to take care of your feet, because if you can't walk, you're of no use. You're dead weight now. Yes, and somebody is going to have to help you, and that's going to mean 2 or 3 people out of the mix when they should be doing something else.
That's right.
So and I wasn't afraid at this point. I had no fear whatsoever. What I was I was annoyed, and I sat up, and unless there was a flash of light where I could see for a millisecond, it was dark in there. So I sat up and I pulled my boots off, and in the next flash of light, I saw that my socks were on sideways. Now that really confused me because I would never do that. And the idea that we had been undressed and redressed by someone never crossed my mind.
Yeah.
And I fixed my boots and I turned my attention to my friend, and he's on his knees peering out of the left side of the tent looking at something. And I'm like, Toby, man, what's out there? Is it park rangers? What's going on? And he really didn't give me a correct answer to that. So I got on my knees and I looked out, and I could see two things. Number one, the thing that was 3,000 feet over our heads when we went to bed had descended and was now 30 feet over the floor of this meadow. Now, thankfully, we had set up camp kind of off to the side by where the precipice is for the plateau. So we weren't directly underneath this thing, which I was thankful for. It was kind of off to the side, and that gave us a chance to observe the thing. Yeah. And it was incredibly big. I looked out and I saw that this thing had descended to about 3,000 feet over our heads. That's the reason these lights were so bright, is that this thing descended, and, the lights that were going off were no longer 3,000 feet away. They were now, 30, 40 feet away. Yeah. And, but it did give us an opportunity to see the side of the thing, which was interesting as heck. It really was. Scary. My fear level had started off at about a 2, and I looked at this thing, and my fear level was about an 8 out of 10.
I imagine.
And then the second thing I saw were what I first took to be children, maybe a dozen, maybe 15. I didn't count them, probably should have. 15 kids, what I thought were kids, running, just walking around this meadow. They were all paired up in like 2s and 3s and just wandering around. And I'm like, Toby, man, what are these kids doing out here in the middle of nowhere, in the middle of the night? And he said, Terry, take a look at them. Those aren't human beings. And he said, don't you remember? They took us and they hurt us. When he said that triggered a flash of memory.
Wow.
I've never had a clear linear memory of what all happened to us inside that thing. All I have is bits and pieces. Some of it recovered via nightmares and PTSD flashes, flashbacks, intrusive thoughts. But yeah, that pegged the needle for me at 10. I was terrified. And I'm looking at these things, and I can only see them in dark silhouette until there's a flash of light, and then I see them for just a split second. And he was right. And they weren't human beings. And they walked with a very distinctive gait. They walked like they had sore feet or something. I don't know how to explain it, but they had an unusual gait when they walked. And they had heads that were really too large for their torso, long limbs, relatively short legs, and absolute skinny torso. There is on the internet, on YouTube, there's I bet you've seen it, Skinny Bob.
Yes.
That is the closest representation to this thing I've ever seen, is Skinny Bob. And I don't know if you know the story behind that or not, but that was put up on YouTube by someone who posted one item and then, disappeared. It was posted anonymously. It came from Russia. And it's still on. There we go. Wow. That makes my skin crawl every time I see it.
Yeah.
So that's what they look like.
Now, at this point, when you're actively seeing them, like you said, your fear level had gone from what you would assume to be about a 2 in your previous experience, where you and your friend were stunned to the point of absolute silence. At this point, was there any other, I mean, of course you said that he told you, do you remember these were the guys that took us? Was there any other conversation? Were there any other overwhelming feelings that you were having during those moments while you were witnessing these things?
Yeah, fear. I was scared to death. You know what I was afraid of? I thought one of us is going to cough or sneeze or raise our voice, or hiccup. Who
Alert
knows?
to your presence, yeah.
And draw these little guys over to us. And, they were long since done with us. I mean, it was over by the time this is going on. And while we were watching these guys and being as silent as we could be, so no, there really was, other than an occasional whisper like, a couple expletives, there really was no conversation.
Yeah.
And from underneath this thing, another light pops on. And this one is a column of white light, very much like that thing that hit our campsite, our campfire. And it was a very visible white light, it was a column about 30 feet in diameter. It was about as broad as this thing was high off the ground. So I'd call it 30 feet. And as soon as it went on, all these little guys turned their attention toward it. And they didn't run to it, but they just started meandering over there in this odd gait that they had, which made it even more spooky, Yeah. And this is crazy, but this is what happened. These guys would get there, and they would step into this light in 2s and 3s. And, 2 would step in, and they would just, in a matter of maybe 20 seconds, pixelate out and disappear. And you could see them pixelate out. You know what it was very much like is, I'm not a science fiction guy, but I remember the 60s, the old original Star Trek.
Yeah, yeah.
They had a very similar illusion where, people would stand on some kind of platform and they would be transported somewhere, and you would see them kind of pixelate out. That's what this looked like. Yeah. And they went in. Oh, I got a great story about that.
Well, I was just about to say, since the time of your incident, which was back in the late 70s, correct?
So, yeah, 1977, yes.
Yeah. Since then, there have been a long string of wild incidents at Devil's Den. Strange disappearances, hikers, bodies found, all kinds of stuff.
Sure.
And that's why I popped that up, because whenever you look up Devil's Den, Arkansas, that is one of the articles that pops up is from 5 News about the Oklahoma hiker that had gone missing and his skull was found quite a bit later. There's numerous cases like that out there, and With that being said, the fact that, were there any other sightings other than you and your friend that occurred between those years?
Between those years.
Technically, between the years, let's say because the one thing I forgot to bring up was that years later, you came to find that you actively had not only marks on you, but an implant inside of you, a small square-shaped piece of metal with a couple of wires off of it. That was like 2012, correct?
It was, and I'm glad you brought that up, because that really is the catalyst for this whole story.
Yeah.
I would not have written a book, and I would not have spoken about this publicly if I hadn't had those x-rays. Because when I had those x-rays, there they are. when I had those X-rays, you can see like a floral design in the calf of my leg there, even with a little dot in the middle.
Yeah.
The other structure, no, go up higher. There you go. There's a square structure about the size of a fingernail with 2 wires attached to it. And that really freaked out the radiologist because he insisted that I had to have a scar there. And I said, I don't have a scar. I've never had any injury to that. I mean, it skinned me as a kid, but I never had any kind of, because he thought that I had some kind of like an automobile accident or, ran into a radio or something.
Well, you served in the military. Maybe you came across some shrapnel, something,
Right, the technician brought that up, and maybe it's a shrapnel wound. Who knows? But he examined my leg, and he didn't find any scar. And he was visibly upset by that. And I said, Doctor, let me ask you, how often is it that you find a foreign object under the skin like this, and there not be a corresponding scar? And he said, never. He said, I've been a radiologist for 23 years. There should be. When you violate the integrity of the skin on the human body, there should be a scar form.
Yeah.
And I have no way, he told me, he says, I have no way to account how this thing got into your leg.
Yeah. Even if there was a subcutaneous scar, scar tissue underneath and it didn't show on top, something would show in that radiology to show the fact that you had been cut open at some point there. And, it's the one thing that I love bringing up about your case, Terry, is that you are a former attorney general,
assistant
attorney general. Yes. And served on as head of was it the Virginia,
Vermont. I was assistant attorney general in the U.S. territory of American Samoa. If you see pictures of me with like the lei around my neck, it's called an ula in the Samoan language. Well, that's when I was working as an assistant attorney general down there. And from there, I went to the state of Vermont, where I was state's attorney for their board of medical practice.
And the whole reason I bring that up is just the provenance of you as a guest, your vested interest in telling a tale, so to speak. Or if you were telling a tale, like there could be long and far-reaching repercussions if that were the case. And the whole reason, like you said, it's not that you didn't want to come out earlier with your story or anything else. It's just that until the day that you had a radiologist and what you would, as a lawyer and an attorney general, say, well, there's a piece of evidence. Until that point, it was just something that happened to you in your life, it
was, but it changed my life in a lot of ways. And I suffer PTSD symptoms to this day. But what it did was it told me that these things had put their hands on me. It validated that I knew that.
Yeah.
But this validated that they really did. And, that was hard for me to process.
Yeah.
There are certain professions like academia, law enforcement, government, where if you just don't talk about this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And had I come out with this while I was, working for the state or the territory, would have been fired. They would have fired me.
Yeah, absolutely. If you'd have said anything about that, like at the club over a snifter of scotch or something like that would have run through the ranks of your legal profession so fast.
Who can you really trust? I mean, who can you really trust with information that could destroy your career?
Yeah, and even your wife had her doubts about things and stuff like that back when things first happened. So it's hard to come out. It's hard to come forward, and I think that you, as so many people who have been violated in horrible ways, Terry, once you have the means in front of you, you go activist, and you actively step out from the shadows and you say, yes, this happened to me. Here is the proof that it happened to me. And we need to check this out. We need to look into this. And I think it's a great, that's one reason why I love hearing your story over and over again. I think it's a great story of courage. I think it's a great story of even years later coming to terms with what happened to you. Even your victimization at their hands. And, you know, who knows? It may have been the most loving thing in the world that was going on. You do not have full recovered memory of what happened in the craft or with them. Your buddy who you lost contact with and who your friendship just dissolved with years later, obviously remembered a couple more things than you. And that may have been part of the dissolution, you know? But
well, I found out, I read that book by Ray Fowler about the Allagash. And two of those guys were twins.
Yeah.
James and Jim Weiner, James and Jack Weiner, a guy named Rack, and I can't think of the fourth guy's name. But, you know, those guys were tight. I mean, they fished together, they hunted together, they drank together. You know, they were like, you know, the band of four. And after this event, boom, the band breaks up. Everybody goes in a different direction. Even the twins who were close were distant. And their story came out whenever one of the twins was having nightmares about being taken. And they wouldn't go away.
Yeah.
And he called his twin up and said, you know, remember that fishing trip we took, you know, back in 74 or whatever it was, 73 maybe? He says, you know, I'm having these really crazy nightmares. His twin said, I bet I know what they are. And he told him his nightmare. These two guys had not talked about it, but they're having the identical same dream.
Yeah.
And that's when the psychiatrist and a hypnotherapist got involved and uncovered all the stuff that happened. And it's an amazing story.
Well, and I think that that is a good point for us to pivot here in this conversation actively, Terry, because like I said, coming to terms with this in your life, coming to terms with the evidence that was brought in front of you, in terms of, I mean, because there's one thing this is what I experienced, and I'll never say that I didn't experience it. But when you're confronted with it like that, and when it's put directly in front of you, the confirmation of, yes, this actively happened. It was not something that you imagined. It nothing along those lines. It steals you in a different way. And, it has brought you, like I said, to the point of advocate. It has brought you to the point of going out and speaking, to writing your books, which, you know, one of them within the community was just a huge seller when it came out. And it's also brought you to your new path, which is, you know, falls back on your original studies in college before you went to law and everything, which is psychology. So let's get into that a little bit. Have you ever been regressed? And if so, what was recovered, if anything? And B, what brought you to the point of wanting to study hypnotherapy?
You know, I'd always been interested in the topic. And I got a good friend here in Dallas who is a practicing board-certified psychiatrist. And he uses hypnotherapy in his practice. And was telling me some remarkable stories. And I'm like, you know, I'm not ready to be regressed. I don't want to do that right now. Maybe later, maybe sometime in my life.
Sure.
But not right now. But what got me interested was, I mean, when I wrote Incident at Devil's Den and put it on Amazon in March of 2018, I thought my story was unique. You know, I thought that I was, I won't say special, but let's say that I was in a very exclusive club, you know. And what happened was I put an email address in the back of the book, and I said, look, I'm not a therapist or anything, but if you'd like to tell me about your story, I'd love to hear about it. And I got over 2,000 emails. And from people who had experiences like I had. Wow. So I found out that I'm not unique. And there are a lot of people walking around out there that have had experiences. And, you know, all they really remember is, boy, you know, when I was 4 or 5, I had this weird dream. And, you know, this dream has stuck with me for all these years. And whether they're 18 or 80, they can still recall that particular dream with clarity. And, you know, it's, I talk to these people when they tell me that. And a lot of people did that dream thing between the ages of 4 and 6. Yeah. I said, let me ask you, you were 6 years old. Can you tell me what you got for Christmas that year? Can you tell me where your family went for vacation? And can you tell me the names of 2 people at your birthday party? Yeah. Most of them couldn't. But they could tell me all about this stupid dream they had when they were 4, 5, 6, or 7. Mm. Those are the people that I think have likely had some kind of contact and may want to investigate that further. You know, I think that the reason that I healed from this is the fact that I do have some recall from it. And I feel that and my friend agrees with me, that for people that have traumatic experiences like this and then have them suppressed, you know, that will eventually seep up from your subconscious or unconscious into your conscious memory. Yeah. And just in fragments and manifest in ways, unhealthy ways, like, you know, drug abuse or alcohol or, you know, any number of bad behaviors because they're injured, they're hurt. So I hope to be able to, and I've done, I just finished a month ago, and I've already done, you know, a dozen or so regressions for people. Wow. And for the ones that were abducted, it was traumatic. They cried while in trance state. They told me what they saw and how afraid they were. And I just let them talk and walk them through it and then reassure them that, you know, this happened in the past. What you're seeing in your mind's eye right now is not real. But, you know, you survived this and now you can process it clearly and move on with your life and not let it be a burden anymore. Yeah. And hopefully, you know, I'll check in with them in a few months and find out if they're doing well, but I bet they are.
Yeah, and you know, I have family members that have been through regression therapy. There are some that have had some great results. There are some that have had some results that folks have, let's just say, questioned within our family. Sure. However, I never discount. It can be easy to lead somebody in a regression for certain, and even in a hypnotherapy session, and you have to be very careful with the questioning that you're using and the way that you guide somebody. Most definitely.
You know, and the law really taught me how to ask a leading question. Yeah. Something that's not leading. So, you know, on direct examination, I can ask open-ended questions, and on cross-examination, I can lead them down whatever path I want them to. So I start every sentence with, "Isn't it true that?" And then on and on. So, you know, I've got a good basis to work with.
Absolutely. Yeah, precisely. And that's what I was going to say, is that as opposed to a typical person, because a lot of the people that practice, quote, regression therapy, a lot of the people that you see out there are not necessarily professional psychiatrists. You know, they are not necessarily people with letters behind their name or diplomas of any sort on the wall. Not that I don't have a diploma on the wall, but I do what I do professionally. However, when you're talking about a regression, you really do have to be careful, once again, like you were saying, how you lead the subject and make sure that you are not leading them in any way, shape, or form, that you're actively just letting things occur. And the one thing that I liked about what you were saying during your sessions is you just let them talk.
Oh, they go off on a narrative. I mean, they you know, I simply ask the question, and what happened then?
Yeah.
And it's like, boom. And they'll go on to a narrative, and I don't interrupt them. I don't question them. I let them tell me their whole story in their own words. Yeah. And it's amazing stuff. It really is.
Without, of course, divulging any clientele or anything like that, what is the wildest thing that you've heard come out of a regression so far, coming from a subject that you've worked with?
Well, and I want to say that I went to a very good school called the Wellness Institute in Graham, Washington, and they've been teaching hypnotherapy for 30 years, and you need a graduate degree to even apply to the program.
Oh, wow. Great.
So, you know, when I was attending their program, there were mostly doctors and therapists. I think I was the only non-clinical person there.
Yeah.
But to answer your question about the wildest thing was, I was regressing this guy back because he had suffered some traumas as a child, and I said, let's go back. You're getting younger and younger, littler and littler. We're going further back, and then counting backward as I go. And I said, where are you? And he said, I'm in a dark, warm place. And I said, can you open your eyes and tell me where you're at? And he said, no, all I see is darkness. And I said, can you hear anything? And he said, yeah, I can hear my mother's heartbeat.
Wow.
So he was in the womb.
Wow. Wow.
And I said, I want you to go back further. Calm and relaxed, deeper and deeper. And he told me the most amazing story about being a rancher in like 1810, 1812. He wasn't exactly sure of the date. He was married. He had a couple kids. He wasn't, Patton or,
Yeah. He wasn't Cleopatra or anything like that.
Just an average guy. And he told me about, his kids, and his wife unfortunately died of yellow fever, and he eventually died of a heart attack. He remembers his death.
Oh, wow.
And he remembers, having a heart attack, a crushing feeling in his chest, and just unbearable pain. And then all of a sudden, boom, just peaceful bliss. And he said he recalled popping out of his head and going to heaven. And I said, well, I want you to tell me, between your life as a rancher and your life today, between your most recent birth, where were you? And he says, I don't know. I was in a dark place, and there were souls around me, and they look like stars. And he claims, I know nothing about reincarnation. I'm going to have to educate myself. He claimed that he was able to choose his parents and his birth and kind of a loosely written script for his life, which he was born and promptly forgot it all. And, it makes me wonder, why on earth would that be so? Why would you come back and be reincarnated into a new life as a new individual?
Yeah.
And having lived this past life and hopefully learned some lessons during that lifetime, why would you not be able to remember that? And you know, when I was in high school, I read Plato's Republic. And
I love that you read that in high school.
Oh, it's cool.
It was required reading at my college, but
yeah, he said that when we're born, we drink from the waters of forgetfulness, and we lose all that past life. He was a big believer in reincarnation. And I thought, you know, that's just a really cool way of saying it. You know, I don't understand it. I guess it's complicated.
Sure.
But there's some amazing YouTube videos that I was referred to. And there's an organization called IANDS, IANDS, International Association of Near-Death Experiencers. And they got a bunch of YouTube videos. But what's interesting is they get this information from people who remember a past life. They might remember being in the Army in World War II or something.
Sure.
And well, you know, what's the name of, you know, what?
There are numerous cases of that. There of past lives in present time, people who remember that, documented cases that are very well known. One in particular was the young boy that remembered being a World War II pilot. Remembered his squadron, everything.
James Leininger.
Yeah.
Wrote his parents wrote the book Soul Survivor.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I actually know Bruce Leininger.
Oh, wow. Wow. And
we,
like you said, not really a topic that you are hugely familiar with, but interesting the fact that within 12, because that is not somewhere that you led the subject. That's not a question that, you know, what do you remember from your past, you know, or anything like that. It was an utterly organic route that their mind went to. And interesting that within your first 12 cases of regression with people that has already happened.
Well, you know, I didn't know that it was a real thing.
Yeah.
In the class that I took, you know, the professor said, look, you know, if you're in this business for any period of time, you're going to run into a past life. It's going to happen. And there's a protocol for that, how to treat that and how to, and I followed the protocol, you know, which is a way of making it a therapeutic value and not a fear-based thing.
Sure. And even to go through like a form of verification to assure the fact that, like, hey, you know, maybe the kid just ran around in spurs with a gun on his hip for 3 years of his life as a kid, you know, and that was like the happiest time of his life, and that was his story in his head, and that's what carried on to age 54 or 60 whenever you regressed him, you know. And those things that you learn in programs like that actively help you verify that. Like, is this something that he's just recalling, and is embedded in his localized memory of life, or is this something else? Yeah.
Well, there are subtle clues you can look for.
Such as?
The guy's facial affect change. His facial affect changed, and he spoke differently. I mean, his voice, the tone, the tenor, the cadence of his, well, not the cadence, but the tone and tenor of his voice remained the same. But the cadence changed, and he had an accent. I don't know how to describe the accent. I wouldn't say that it was Southern. That's too broad.
Interesting.
But he had a slight accent, and he didn't have that in his waking state. And later, when he was out of hypnosis, I gave him a copy of the session, and he was blown away. He said, And he said, this kind of rings a bell. I said, he said, he's not a rancher. He's a CPA, actually.
Wow. Wow.
But he said, I could see myself in that role.
Yeah.
And, whether this all was from an experience at age 7 when he ran around with a cap gun and, watched Westerns on TV, or whether it originated from a real past life experience, who cares?
It was real to him.
Yeah. So it was real to him. It was important to him. And I'm glad we were able to get it out because he seemed to genuinely feel better about things. And he wasn't a believer in reincarnation.
Sure. And I'm sure was probably, as most people, whenever they step into a hypnotherapist chair or session, more than skeptical about the possible result. Skeptical. Because even myself, like I use binaural beats. I've got glasses that do the same thing, to help entrain my brain, all kinds of stuff. But there's definitely something different when you're talking full on hypnosis. And when you're talking, putting yourself there's an extreme amount of trust that goes into preparing yourself for that. And there's an extreme amount of trust in yourself in order to allow yourself to be hypnotized to begin with,
Yes.
Because a lot of people are very resilient to, quote, the powers of hypnosis. And it really is, almost like meditation. It's you and how fast and how readily your brain can get to that. And if your brain's going to monkey brain it all day and fight it, you won't be able to be hypnotized either. And it's not just the fact that, well, I can't be hypnotized. No, you can't relax.
There you go. There you go.
You can't relax. The problem.
I think that everybody can be hypnotized if they want to be hypnotized.
Yeah.
And it's not like you might think. I mean, you're conscious, you're awake. You know what you're doing. You know where you're at. Yeah. If somebody yelled fire, you'd be able to come out of that trance in a heartbeat. And there's a lot of ethical considerations. I would never do like stage hypnosis because I think there's a huge ethical problem for me with that. And people under trance state aren't put there for amusement, and to do that is just reprehensible.
Sure, and a little bit disrespectful to the art, the science, and the therapeutic benefits of it. And it with that in mind, you answered one of my questions within a question a minute ago, which was, do you record the sessions? And obviously you do. My question to follow up that was going to be, do people remember things as they come out, or do they normally remember them after? Like, what is the debrief like? Is it that you reveal things to them during the debrief and then go, here's your session, go home and listen to it, process it, think about it? Or is it that whenever they come out and it's, welcome back, you're a dishwasher salesman again, at that point, is it like a flood of memory for them? Is it the fact of like, oh, wow, now I remember?
It's
being a farmer and a rancher in 1888.
It's like this. It comes out in the trance state, and they tell me, and I was hypnotized, and for me, going back, I gave them certain parameters. I didn't want to visit Devil's Den again, but I wanted to look at one area of my life, and I did within those very narrow parameters. And for me, it was like watching a movie almost. You And I thought, is this my imagination or is this real? And I think it was genuine.
You actively remembered things. You were active during the session. You were actively there mentally.
I was.
You weren't, let's say, like cognitively disassociated from yourself and not physically aware of what was going on, questions being asked you, answers coming out of you.
Yep, my mind was fully engaged. So it wasn't, but a lot of people will remember a lot of what they experienced, but not all of it. They forget parts, which I find interesting.
Sure.
And so
I think it's that way though with just actual recall. My wife, and God bless her, I love her. She is an amazing comedian. She writes comedy, teaches sketch and improv. Her brain, and hey, you give her lines for a show, boom, they're in there. But as soon as she's done, they're gone. And she compares her mind to an Etch-a-Sketch because she has actively made her mind that flexible to where she can come into a situation, remember things, and walk out the door, and it's gone from her mind. It doesn't rent the spare space. The lines aren't there anymore. Show's over. It's gone.
Somebody just like turning the Etch-a-Sketch upside down and giving it a shake.
So she has memories from when she's a kid, things like that. But when it comes to like, hey, you remember that time that we went to this place and nope. And it's not because that time wasn't important to her. It's just that her brain has been, over years and years and years, that is the way it has learned to process.
Yeah.
So the things that are huge and massive, they stay in there. Kids' schedules, stuff like that. Like they're in there 24/7. But the rest of it is an Etch-a-Sketch. Whereas my life for the last 20-something years has been spent learning things like what's over my left shoulder, what every knob on a console does, and remembering it for the moment of fire and panic. So the intricacies that I'm able to remember about situations that we have both been in, where she remembers gross detail and I remember fine detail, it's really interesting to see. And as someone who also studied psychology, things like that is one of the most fascinating things in the world to me, that two people at the exact same moment can have an utterly different experience. And it's totally through the psychological filter through which they filter things. So it's interesting for you to say that you're there while you're processing it, and that there are still some things that you can't remember. Even going through regression, you still can't remember.
I can remember every single thing. Although, I guess technically we should be able to. But
in theory. Yeah. So the fact that some people aren't able to remember that, I can't imagine not, because not everybody's brain is built to think in such a way, and you've wired it different ways over the years, and sure, it's taken in the information, but has it necessarily stored the information in the same categorical way that the brain of a trial lawyer would file it?
That's a very good analogy, because I remember bits and pieces of trials. I remember good testimony. I remember the verdict, especially if it was favorable.
But I guarantee you, at the same time, you could, out of rote habit, name a case law, name a judgment that went somewhere and what something was, because it was something that you referred to all the time as an AG or what have you, because it's in there and it was filed away and it was tied to something that was so tight to you that it's never going to go away.
Right. No, that's very true.
And it's interesting, especially the fact of going through as an experiencer and like you were saying, remembering things and recalling things. Man, that's absolutely incredible. I love the fact that this is the path that you have gone down, Terry. Because much like I told Sev, I think that her experiences have made her a great advocate for experiencers and her processing of them.
She wrote a book.
Yeah.
It's on my shelf in back of me. And she is an incredibly good writer. She writes really, really well.
Yeah, as do you. And that's just it, though. The advocacy that you have done since coming out, and even the fact of, like I said, being a former office holder, being somebody of the status of being an assistant attorney general for a U.S. territory, that kind of stuff. It raises the bar for others who have experienced, who are in the same seats, who are in the same positions, that if they come out with their story, all of these things help turn the tide. Your story with Esquire attached to it, Terry, legitimizes the next story with Esquire attached to it.
Yeah. And I appreciate that very much. And whatever there is, there seems to be so many moving parts in my book that some people will hit on and say, "Oh my God, I've had that," or "Oh my God, that sounds familiar to me." That it really is a privilege to be able to realize that I'm not unique. And what I thought was a privilege was when I wrote the Red Book, I had people say, you can use my story, put my story in your book.
Yeah.
Some of them said change my name, some of them said change my city, some said both, and I respected everything that they wanted. But there's some amazing stories out there.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's why I love doing this show, is hearing those stories, hearing people share what is quite literally one of the most intimate moments in their life.
Yeah, that's what made me feel so privileged, is a lot of these people were telling me things from their past that they hadn't even told their spouse.
Yeah.
And to share that something at that level of intimacy is with a stranger is mind blowing.
Yeah, and I'm sure that you heard it as a lawyer, representing people, things like that, with attorney-client privilege, all kinds of things. But when you're hearing it about something like this, when you're hearing it about these topics, when you're hearing it about incidents of abduction, things like that, it's a different realm. It really is. And for people to come to you and share those stories and to leave with a different understanding of themselves and their experience. How many people have come to you, saying something has happened and I want to be regressed?
Lots and lots of people.
Okay.
And they come to me and they say, "I want to know what happened."
Yeah.
There's a piece missing.
Yeah.
And I want to know what happened.
And like you said, most of the time, afterward, seems like everything works out for folks, which is a great thing to know, that a lot of people are not needing repeat therapy like that, which I'm sure happens. The mind and each person is an onion in their head, There's just layers and layers and layers in there, folks. And to try and pigeonhole, that's one reason why I don't try to pigeonhole any mentality with this show or anything like that, Terry, is because each person's world is their own experience. We can't ask. If we judge somebody's experience, we are asking for our experience to be judged with the same with the same exact critique with which you have judged.
You know, I had people write me the most incredible things that, you know, when you give it the first read, it's like, this can't be true. But, you know, just like you said, who am I to judge someone else's subjective experience?
Yeah.
Because like you said, you know, I've had some crazy things happen in my life.
Yeah.
And
hey, I had people at the seminary look at me and go, "Oh, okay," when I told them about like my ecstatic experiences that I had had. They were just my experiences. They don't change my affect toward anybody or the world around me or anything like that. I'm still the same guy. I just have a little bit of a different tweak on the way that I think about things because of my experience, you know.
Had to be very significant.
No different than somebody who served in the Navy, you know. Like, I'm sure you got a different tweak on life than I do because, well, even you served in the Air Force. I'm sure you got a little bit of a different tweak on life than I do because you served in the Air Force and I didn't, you know. That is a filter through which you've experienced life and through which you grow as a human being. And we all, like, I know people who left the seminary that were bitter and are still bitter 20-something years later with their experience and why they went through it and everything else. And I know other people that, hey, they wear a collar and they're priests now, you know, and they're helping run a diocese and things like that. And they are great guys wearing fantastic sparkling collars, being huge helps to humanity out there and helping craft people in their spirituality. It's not all of them, but it's some of them. And not every priest had that experience, you know. So, yeah, I don't, we've had the discussion before on this show, you and I, Terry, that a lot of the reason that I have these discussions, a lot of the reason that I always want to start the conversation with you somewhere along the lines of Devil's Den, is because with that conversation comes the opening of the mind of the listener and the fact of, if you understand this and you're willing to understand this about them, now you're willing to have the deeper conversation with them, you know.
Well, sure.
And you have to understand that about somebody, especially if they, hey, if you were still in the closet about it, Terry, it'd be a different story.
Yeah.
You know? But because you're out about it, because you're an advocate, I think it's something that needs to be addressed because it is such a root of what you're doing and why you're doing it and the mission that you have now with all of this. It's so fantastic to hear that, like, you have found something that has rooted you in a new cause and purpose.
You know what? I think that's true. And I enjoy telling my story, and it's therapeutic every time I tell it. And, you know, people have been very receptive to my books, and I'm very grateful for that. And I would like to give something back. You know, I never realized that there was a UFO community in this world, in this country, but you know, there sure is. A lot of people, and more join every day. So it'll be interesting to see what happens in 2022 in regard to disclosure and how the government's going to handle what little bit of the cat's out of the bag now. Yeah. So
yeah, it's really interesting, really is. And I think that with people like you, people like Sev out there as advocates for experiencers, it's fantastic. It's really great to see not only the open-mindedness of even the side-eyed coverage that things get from the media that I know in my heart of hearts is soft disclosure, but even soft disclosure ends in disclosure, you know?
Yeah. No, that's
so
that's
like
right.
even that is like huge steps forward. And it's so fantastic to see those things happening, to see people like you moving into this new field, going into helping others who have experienced this. How can people come to you? How can they get a hold of you? How can they schedule a session with you? Terry, is a session something that can be done over Skype, over Zoom, you know?
Over Zoom. They've been doing Zoom, hypnosis by Zoom for years.
Wow.
And it's very effective. It's very effective.
Interesting.
And they taught us that specifically. And they've been teaching it long before the pandemic started. So, yeah, you know, we could do anybody, like the guy that had the past life was in New York City. And so, you know, I've done one in-person session, and all the rest of them have been by Zoom. So people can reach me at terrylovelace.com, or pardon me, terrylovelace.com is my website. They can reach me at terrylovelace@yahoo.com.
And
so
there is actively a contact form on your website as well that'll I'm sure go right there to where you're talking about. So
yeah.
But yeah, terrylovelace@yahoo.com is your personal to get a hold of you. And yeah, stop on by, check it out, folks. Stop on by the the Curious Realm store. I did that with a guest the other night. Still said dudes and beer. Curious Realm store, curiousrailm.com/store. You can pick up Terry's books there as well. Terry, I definitely want to talk to you about doing. Let's do a session in an episode. Let's do a regression session on me for an episode.
I would like to do that, and we'll do it as a recorded session.
Oh yeah, absolutely. That's what I'm saying. But the session will be released as an episode, and we can see, because like I had a girlfriend at one point. She's a lovely lady, Jen. Blessings to you out there. She's actually the one who gave me my huge, like, foot-long Lemurian crystal that sits on my shelf here in my studio. But she said that I was a fungus on another planet in a previous life. And hey, you know, I'm not saying that maybe I wasn't a fungus on another planet. I have a tendency toward fungi. I enjoy them. They're tasty and all rights.
I think they're also intelligent in their own way.
Yes, absolutely. I'm getting ready to find the mycologist that has been talking about that recently. So, yeah, it's absolutely interesting. But I have been wanting to do an ayahuasca episode where I actively go through an ayahuasca ceremony and record it and release that as part of a live episode and my experience with that. And I've wanted to do a hypnotherapy episode where I am actively hypnotized during it. So
we can certainly do that.
Let's definitely make that happen and do it just like we did with this, you know, pre-recorded. And yeah, that would be really interesting to regress Chris and see what's in my past, if anything, or and you know, I would as a lawyer, I have a whole lot more trust in you than I do the average hypnotherapist that I would meet off the street, you know. Like I'm meeting hypnotherapists on the street, you know, like, hey buddy, you look like you need a regression, come here. That sounds like the creepiest prospect ever. The street hypnosis.
Deeper and deeper down. We're going to go past that. 1. All the way back to your mother's womb, in a place that's dark and warm and safe. Deeper and deeper, still calm and relaxed. Can you visualize that? Do you feel like you're there?
Yes.
We're going to go past that. We're going to go before that. We're going to go back. We're going to go back before your conception, before you came here. We're going to go back. And what I'd like you to do, in your mind's eye, I'd like you to picture a hallway, like a hallway in a hotel, that has doors to the left and doors to the right. You can walk down this hallway or you can stand still. I'd like you to look to the left or right and pick any door that you like. Just choose a door of your own liking. Let me know when you're standing in front of it.
Okay.
You can reach down now and open that door and tell me what you see.
It's a bright field. Just grass everywhere.
Like a meadow?
Yeah.
Have you been here before?
I don't know.
I'd like you to look at your hands and tell me if you're a man or a woman in this lifetime.
I'm a man.
I'd like you to tell me what you're wearing. What kind of clothes are you in?
Boots. Pants. A jacket.
Look around and tell me what you see.
It's a farm.
Do you have a feel for what year it is?
No.
Are there buildings or roads, fences?
It's a farm. A house.
And the house is your house. Is that right?
No.
Do you work on this farm?
I don't know.
Go ahead and look.
Lost.
I'm sorry, I spoke over you. What did you see?
I'm lost.
Can you tell me about that?
Can't find anybody.
And you don't know where you're at. Is that right?
Yeah.
Do you want to explore this, or do you want to go back and choose another doorway?
Explore it.
Then go to the house and go to the barn. Either one. Does the house look old, or does it look?
Yes.
Yes, it's old. Can you walk up to the front door?
Yes.
Open the door and step inside.
It's dark.
Does anyone greet you?
No.
Then go ahead and look around. It's okay. You're safe. It's okay. Walk around and tell us what you see.
There's plates on the table.
How many plates?
5. Room full of books.
Does a family live here, or is it something else?
I don't know.
Do you find a stairway?
No.
Tell me about the room full of books.
Lots of books. Can't read.
And in this lifetime, do you not know how to read?
Well,
Is there a desk?
yes.
Is there a pen or an inkwell?
No.
Is there a window in the room?
Yes.
Look out the window and tell me what you see.
Boat on a river.
Do you know the name of the river?
Yeah. No.
Do you speak English or do you speak another language?
Some English.
And what's the other language that you know?
French.
Are the books in the study, are they in French? Or do you know?
No. No, French.
Yes. And do you feel like you're a guest here?
Yes.
Look around the house some more and see if there's someone else there. Someone else that greets you.
No one here.
Okay. Go back to the kitchen and tell me, is there food in the kitchen?
Bread. Eggs. Tomatoes.
Now I'd like you to leave the house and go to the barn. When you walk to the barn, out the front door, inside the barn, what do you see?
Mule.
Yes, good. Is there a carriage or a cart?
Plow.
A plow. Have you used that plow before?
Yes.
And what else do you see in the barn?
Stick of mule.
Does the mule know you?
Yes.
Do you know the mule's name?
Mule.
Is there anything else in the barn that you see?
Chickens.
Yes. Do you feed those chickens?
Yes.
And they know you.
Yes.
And do you come out and collect the eggs?
Yes.
Are there any other animals in the barn?
Cat.
Good. Do you know the name of the cat?
Wacky.
Good. Good. Walk around the barn and explore a little bit and tell me what you find.
This home.
Where are the people, Chris? Do you know?
Gone.
Will they come back?
Yes.
Where do you sleep at night?
Barn.
So there's a spot in the barn for you.
Yes.
Are you paid a wage?
Wage. So, I don't know. I live in a farm.
Do they ever give you
And,
coins? I'm sorry, I interrupted you.
no coins. Food
Mm-hmm.
is safe.
Safe, yes. The people that are there. There were 5 place settings in the kitchen. Are there children too?
Yes.
And a man and a wife? Do you eat at the
Yes.
table with them?
Yes.
Are you related by blood to this family in any way?
No.
Chris, do you remember speaking French?
No.
Do you remember being on a ship and crossing the ocean?
No.
Do you think that you're maybe in France?
No.
What country are you in?
Don't know.
Can you write your name?
No.
Go to where you sleep and tell me what's there. Do you have possessions, clothes, a watch?
A knife.
Tell me about that.
Good knife. My pop gave it to me.
And these things are familiar.
Miss Pop.
That's your spot, right?
Yeah.
Are there candles or a lantern or a lamp of some kind?
Lantern.
Does this place make you feel emotional?
Yes.
Yes, it does. It's okay. It's all right. You've been there before, but this is just a memory. Chris, did something happen there?
Lost Pop. He got sick.
Yes. You got sick. You got sick and you passed away?
Pop got sick.
Pop got sick. That must have been hard. Do you remember getting old there?
Yes.
Do you remember when you passed away?
No.
Tell me about Pop.
Taught me to trap. To live. To farm.
And he's kind to you.
Yeah.
And his wife is kind to you.
Oh.
Can you recall a time when you left this place?
No. Stayed here.
And you stayed there for a lifetime.
Yes.
Did you drink wine with your meals? Or beer? Or water?
Water. From the well. In the river.
Yes. Good. And did you go to religious services on Sunday?
No.
But did Pop and the rest of the family go to religious services?
No.
Did visitors come to the house ever that you know of?
Sometimes. Family.
Family. Were there neighbors?
No.
Did there come a time when you went to town?
Too big. Oh, don't like town.
How did the farm get feed for the mule and feed for the chickens? Wine and food or beer or water or bread? How did provisions come?
In the general store.
Yes.
I stay here.
You stay at the farm. Yes. And you're safe at the farm.
Yeah.
Is there some threat off the farm that would make you feel unsafe?
Town's too big. I don't like it.
Yeah. And the people there are mean?
Too fast.
Fast way of life.
I like the farm.
Yes. Were you ever inside the general store?
Once.
What did you see?
Saw the jars of candy. Tools. And my knife.
Did you see?
Pop me my knife.
Yes. Did you see money exchanged? Currency of any kind, coins or paper?
I don't remember.
Okay. And do you have a feel at all for what year it might be?
It's old.
Yes. And there did come a time when you left the farm. Do you remember your death?
It's old. Tired.
Hard life.
Good life. Happy.
Were there people there with you when you passed away?
Yeah.
People that loved you?
Yeah.
And was your passing easy?
Went to sleep.
Yes. And you left this lifetime.
Always so nice.
Yes. It was home for you. Did you see your funeral?
tree.
Yes. And green grass and shade. And people were there to grieve for you. And when you left this lifetime, you went someplace in between. Someplace between that lifetime and the next lifetime. When you passed away, can you tell me where you went?
It was warm and soft.
A war?
It was warm.
Warm, yes. And soft. And safe.
Yeah.
Did you have a body, or were you just a spirit?
I don't know.
Did you see or talk to other spirits when you were there?
I feel them.
Mm-hmm.
We don't talk. We just know.
Yes. And you're together in a soul group of people. Is that right? Or are you by yourself?
See everyone.
That's right. Yes. And you know them.
Yeah.
Did there come a time when you came back to this planet or another planet in a body of some kind and were born again?
Remember being far away.
Far away. Far away in another country, far away on another planet.
Had to travel years.
Yes.
Years.
And where was your final destination after your travels?
It's home.
Home. Can you tell me about home?
Home is blue.
When you're home, tell me what you see, Chris.
I see the window. And people waving in it.
Are you inside or are you outside?
I'm outside.
And people are waving to you.
Been gone a long, long time.
Yes. And are they welcoming you home?
Yes.
And you go through the front door?
Yes.
And they're there with you, hug you, comfort you. And you know them.
Yes. I see my kids.
Do you remember their names?
Marvin and Leela.
Marlon and Leela. Those are pretty names. And is this a different lifetime?
I don't know. They're all the same.
Yes. Can you look around the house and tell me what you see?
See my children's room.
And are there toys?
Yes. Toys. Beds.
Is this
Pictures.
Yes. Good. Is this modern times or is this in the past?
Past. Far, far away.
Far, far away. Do you know what country you're in?
It's not Earth.
Are there two suns or only one?
One sun.
Is there a moon at night?
3 moons.
3 moons at night. Can you describe your clothing for me? What are you wearing?
It's gray. It's all gray. Today, anyway.
Is it good to see your children again?
Yeah. It's great to see Aaliyah.
How old is she?
You don't ask a lady her age.
Never. That's right. How old are you? Chris, do you know?
210.
So 200 years on that planet. Do you know, what do you do for a living? Do you work?
I study.
You study. Do you know what kind of study you do? What is your occupation, and what are you studying?
Science.
Yes. And what kind of science do you study?
Electronics. Building.
And did there come a time when you went to work in the electronic field there?
Yes. Travel so far.
And what kind of vehicle do you travel?
Big ship.
But it's not a ship on the water, is it?
Oh.
It's what we might call a spaceship?
Air is water. It's all water. It's no difference.
And are there cities and towns and highways and roads and
It's everything.
yes, a lot like here, like now, this lifetime.
More. A
More.
lot more.
And your children went to school?
No. Children don't go to school.
Do they learn at home, or do they just know?
Taught. Learn at home.
Yes. And you have a son named Marvin.
Marvin.
Marvin, I'm sorry. What does Marvin want to be when he grows up?
Marvin wants to build.
Yes. He wants to build things. And in this lifetime, was there anything special that happened to you?
Malia.
Yeah.
Malia is special.
Yes. And have you known her in other lifetimes?
No. Just here.
Just there. Mm-hmm. And did you grow old there?
What's old?
Did there come a time when you passed away?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't remember.
Yeah, it's hard. Is there anything else in this lifetime important?
Sounds. Always sounds.
And what kind of sounds?
Everything around makes a sound.
Are we talking vibrational kind of things? Or are we talking music?
I hear everything.
Yes. And is your sense of hearing your primary sense? The primary way that you sense things?
Here inside. Not with ears. It's...
Yeah. Can you see?
Yes.
Can you tell me what you eat? Do you take in nourishment of some kind?
Yes.
Look at it and tell me what it is.
Apples.
Yes.
Fruit.
In this place, do you eat meat or flesh of animals?
No.
No. Fruit and vegetables. And do you go to a store to buy fruits and vegetables?
No. Grow them.
You grow them. Do you want to explore this place some more? Or do you want to go to another doorway? Or do you want to wake up?
Wake up. Wake up. I'm the silly.
You want to wake up? Tell me what you'd like to do.
Wake up.
Okay. Well, we can do that very easily. But what I want you to do first is I want you to go back to the doorway, step into the hallway, and shut the door. Now we're going to move forward. We're going to move forward into the dark, warm place of your mother's womb, warm and safe. You're still calm and relaxed. The things you saw may be emotional, but they're visions of the past. But they still affect us. But you had a good life. And then you were born here on earth in this lifetime. What I'm going to do in a moment is I'm going to count from 5 backward, and we're going to wake up. before I do that, is there anything else that you would like to explore or like help with? Okay. In a moment, I'm going to count from 1 up to 5. And you will come back into this room feeling relaxed, feeling refreshed, feeling rested, feeling great. 1. Energy is flooding back into your body now. You're waking up. 2. Feeling filled with energy and light, refreshed and awake. 3. With lots and lots of energy. 4. Feeling bright, unconditional love in your heart. 5. Open your eyes if you haven't already. Wide awake, feeling refreshed, still feeling relaxed, feeling good. Wake up, Chris, and have a wonderful day.
So, yeah, Terry, thanks so much, man. I greatly appreciate it. Please do hold the line while we close things out. Once again, folks, stop on by. TerryLovelace.com is the website. You can purchase. I see his stuff is available on Audible now, which is great. Stop on by, check that out. Stop on by TerryLovelace.com/contact to get in touch with Terry. TerryLovelace@yahoo.com is his personal, folks. Until next time, take care of yourselves, take care of each other, and remember, stay curious. We'll talk to you soon. Bye-bye. Thank you for tuning in to this episode of The Curious Realm. Stay tuned for more guests, forbidden topics, and hidden truths. Download the official Curious Realm app and view the Knowledge Vault on our website, CuriousRealm.com. Follow us on social media by searching Curious Realm. Curious Realm is available on your favorite podcast services, as well as YouTube, Roku, Amazon Fire, and Apple TV through the APR TV app, available on all app markets. Curious Realm is a proud member of the HC Universal Network family of podcasts. For more great content or to become a sponsor of Curious Realm or other podcasts, visit hcuniversalnetwork.com today. Thanks for listening. Stay curious. And remember, the other side is always watching.